The Raven's Oath Dedication. This book is dedicated to the strong women throughout history, those who have dared to defy expectations, who have fought for justice, and who have shaped the world with their courage and resilience. It is dedicated to the shield maidens of legend, the Valkyries, who chose their own destinies, and the countless women whose stories remain untold yet echo through the ages. Their spirits, their struggles, their victories, and their unwavering resolve have inspired this tale. It is also dedicated to those who find strength in the face of adversity, who rise from the ashes of loss to forge their own paths, and who embrace the power within themselves to shape their own narratives. Sigrun's journey, fraught with peril and riddled with doubt, is a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. May her story serve as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope remains a flickering flame, capable of illuminating the way towards a brighter future. For those who have ever felt the sting of loss, the weight of responsibility, or the crushing burden of revenge, this narrative seeks to explore the complexities of these emotions, the sacrifices they demand, and the transformative power they can unleash. It is a dedication to the complexities of the human heart, capable of both immense cruelty and profound empathy. It acknowledges the delicate dance between revenge and redemption, duty and freedom, and the often blurred lines between right and wrong. Finally, this book is dedicated to the enduring power of mythology, to the myths and legends that have shaped our understanding of the world and ourselves. The rich tapestry of Norse mythology, with its pantheon of gods and goddesses, its awe-inspiring landscapes, and its epic battles, provides a vibrant backdrop for Sigrun's journey. May this story honor the spirit of those ancient tales, weaving a new thread into their already magnificent fabric, while simultaneously exploring timeless themes of courage, sacrifice, and the enduring power of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming odds. The clan's fall. The wind howled a mournful dirge through the jagged peaks surrounding the valley, a chilling counterpoint to the screams that still echoed in Sigrun's memory. The air, usually crisp and clean, hung heavy with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid stench of burning wood. Her home, a cluster of long houses nestled amidst the stark beauty of the Midgard Mountains, was now a smoldering ruin, the charred remnants of a life violently extinguished. Sigrun, barely more than a woman, yet already a seasoned shield maiden, knelt amongst the debris, her fingers tracing the splintered wood of a broken shield, a familiar emblem of her clan etched into its surface. The once vibrant colors were now blackened, mirroring the darkness that had consumed her world. Around her lay the bodies of her kin, twisted and broken, a testament to the brutal efficiency of the massacre. The snow, fallen hours before, was now stained crimson, a horrifying canvas depicting the final moments of her people. The memory of the creature was a nightmare etched into her very being, a hulking monstrosity, its skin like cracked earth, its eyes burning with malevolent fury. It moved with unsettling speed and strength, its blows shattering bone and wood with equal ease. She remembered the terror in her father's eyes, the desperate struggle of her younger sister, the helplessness that had clawed at her throat as she fought back, her skills honed through years of training, proving woefully inadequate against such raw power. It had been swift, brutal, efficient. The creature, whatever it was, a troll perhaps, or something far more sinister, a Jotun from the frost-ridden north, had ripped through her clan like a storm tearing through a fragile village, and above it all, circling like a grim omen, had been Hugin, one of Odin's ravens, its obsidian eyes witnessing the carnage with cold, unblinking intensity. Its presence, more than the horror of the attack itself, had imprinted a chilling certainty upon Sigrun's heart. This was no random act of violence. This was a deliberate, calculated destruction. The raven's gaze, unwavering, haunted her dreams. It was a silent witness, a harbinger of ill fortune, a symbol of the fate that had befallen her people. Sigrun clutched the broken shield tighter, her knuckles white. The cold bit into her exposed skin, but the icy wind was nothing compared to the fire that burned within her, a burning, insatiable desire for vengeance. The screams of the dying, the crackle of flames, the raven's chilling stare, these were the images that consumed her waking hours, the nightmares that plagued her sleep, the physical scars, deep gashes across her arms and legs, were a constant reminder of the battle, but the emotional wounds were far deeper, far more agonizing. The loss of her family, her home, her entire way of life, had left a void in her soul that nothing seemed capable of filling. But within the ashes of despair, a fierce ember of determination ignited. It began as a whisper, a simmering resentment, but quickly grew into a roaring inferno, consuming her grief and transforming it into a single, unwavering purpose, revenge. She would find those responsible. She would make them pay for what they had done. Her clan may be gone, but their memory, their strength, would fuel her actions. The harsh beauty of the valley, once a source of comfort and pride, now served as a constant, painful reminder of her loss. The snow-capped mountains, the whispering pines, the icy river, every element of the landscape spoke of the devastation that had occurred. She saw it in the ravaged longhouses, in the scattered possessions, in the frozen corpses of her kin. The valley, once a symbol of peace and serenity, was now a tomb, a monument to her grief, and yet a springboard for her vengeance. She had survived, a fragile flower blooming amidst the ruins, but she was no longer the same. The innocence and naivete of youth had been scorched away, replaced by a cold, hard determination. The playful, carefree shield maiden was gone, replaced by a warrior driven by a hunger for retribution, a fury that could only be quenched by the blood of her enemies. The first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple, a grim reflection of the landscape below. As she surveyed the destruction, Sigrun knew that her journey had just begun. The path ahead would be long, arduous, and fraught with peril, but she would not falter, driven by the memory of her fallen kin, fueled by the unyielding fire of vengeance. Sigrun would traverse the frozen wastes of Midgard, brave the fiery forges of Muspelheim, and confront the darkness that had stolen everything from her. The raven's shadow might have marked her clan's fall, but it would not determine her fate. She would carve her own destiny, one etched in blood and fire, a testament to the enduring strength of a woman bent on revenge. The memory of Hugin's watchful gaze only hardened her resolve. Her quest for vengeance was not merely a personal one. It was a duty, a sacred oath, sworn beneath the chilling gaze of Odin's raven. She would not rest until justice was served, and she would find justice, even if it meant facing the very heart of darkness itself. Odin's vision, the old seer, her face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and hardship, lived in a secluded cave nestled high in the mountains, a place whispered about in hushed tones by the few who knew of its existence. She was known only as Brunhilde, a name that resonated with ancient power, and her eyes, the color of a winter sky, held a depth that seemed to pierce Sigrun's soul. The air within the cave hummed with a strange energy, a tangible sense of magic that prickled Sigrun's skin. Brunhilde had been found through a circuitous route, a path guided by whispers and cryptic clues gleaned from the few survivors of the massacre. These whispers spoke of a woman who possessed knowledge older than the mountains themselves, a woman who could interpret the whispers of the wind, the murmurings of the stones, and the secrets hidden within the ancient runes. And so, Sigrun, driven by a desperate hope, had sought her out. Brunhilde examined Sigrun's broken shield, her gnarled fingers tracing the shattered remnants of the clan's emblem. A low hum escaped her lips, a sound that vibrated through the cave, causing the flickering candlelight to dance erratically. Then, with a swift movement, she produced a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside lay several smooth gray stones, each etched with intricate runes that pulsed with a faint, inner light. These are not mere stones, child. Brunhilde's voice, raspy yet strong, echoed through the cave. These are rune stones, imbued with the ancient magic of Odin himself. They hold the key to unlocking the vision, the truth behind your clan's destruction. Sigrun, her heart pounding in her chest, watched as Brunhilde carefully selected one of the stones. The rune on its surface glowed brighter, casting an ethereal light across Brunhilde's face. The air grew heavy, the temperature plummeting as a chilling wind seemed to sweep through the cave. Despite the solid rock walls, close your eyes, child, Brunhilde instructed, her voice barely a whisper. Let the runes guide you. Let Odin's vision reveal itself. Sigrun obeyed, her eyes squeezed shut, her mind a whirlwind of emotions, grief, anger, and a desperate yearning for understanding. The runes pulsed against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Images flooded her mind. Not clear pictures, but fragmented scenes, glimpses of a horrifying truth. She saw the creature, the hulking monstrosity that had slaughtered her clan. But now it was different. It was larger, more terrifying, its movements infused with an unnatural power. She saw glimpses of a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, manipulating the creature like a puppet master. The figure's face was obscured, yet Sigrun felt a chilling recognition, a sense of malicious cunning, a familiarity with deceit and treachery. Then the vision shifted. She saw Muspelheim, the fiery realm of Surtur, a landscape of burning mountains and rivers, of molten lava. Within this infernal realm, she saw the creature being forged, its flesh crafted from the very heart of the flames. A chilling realization dawned upon her. The creature had not been born, It had been created, a weapon forged in the fires of Muspelheim. The vision ended abruptly, leaving Sigrun breathless and shaken. She opened her eyes, her heart pounding in her chest, the images still swirling in her mind's eye. Brunhilde, her eyes closed, seemed to absorb the residual magic. When she opened them, her gaze was sharp, her expression grave. The vision is fragmented, yet it reveals much, she said, her voice low and solemn. The creature was not a mere troll or Jotun. It was an artifact of dark magic, created by those who seek to unravel the very fabric of the realms. Who? Sigrun asked, her voice barely a breath. The name that Brunhilde uttered sent a chill down her spine. Loki. Brunhilde explained that the vision had shown only fragments of a much larger conspiracy, a plot that involved Loki's insidious machinations. Loki, the trickster god, was known for his cunning and cruelty. He was a master manipulator, weaving intricate webs of deceit that could ensnare even the most powerful beings. His involvement in her clan's destruction was chilling, yet not entirely unexpected. Loki's chaos was legendary, his desire for mischief and mayhem far-reaching. The possibility of him being behind such organized carnage was not beyond the realm of reason. But why my clan? Sigrun asked, her voice trembling. What could we have possibly done to incur such wrath? Brunhilde's eyes turned to the flickering candlelight. Odin's vision hinted at a connection, a prophecy foretelling a ripple effect of Loki's actions. Your clan, Sigrun, was merely a piece in a larger game, a sacrifice on the altar of Loki's grand design. The seer went on to speak of ancient prophecies, veiled in symbolism and myth. She spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, a cataclysmic event that would shatter the 9 realms and usher in an era of unending chaos. She spoke of the forces of darkness gathering strength, preparing to unleash their fury upon the world. Brunhilde explained that Sigrun's clan's destruction was not an isolated incident, but a prelude to this coming catastrophe. Loki, in his chaotic quest to disrupt the natural order, had used Sigrun's clan as pawns in a larger game, a sacrifice to further his wicked agenda. He wanted chaos, and by destroying her clan, he had ignited a spark that could potentially consume the realms. Sigrun's burning desire for vengeance was not only understandable, but also potentially pivotal in the upcoming war against Loki. The old seer revealed that Sigrun's journey was not merely one of revenge, but a destiny interwoven with the fate of the 9 realms. She was a key player in the looming conflict, a warrior chosen to stand against the forces of darkness. The fire of vengeance burning within Sigrun was a powerful force, one that could be channeled to help prevent Ragnarok, or, if misdirected, hasten it. The runes, Brunhilde explained, pointed the way to Muspelheim. It was there, within the fiery forges of Surtur, that the creature had been forged, and it was there that Sigrun would discover more about Loki's intricate plot. The journey would be perilous, fraught with danger and deceit, but Sigrun, armed with the wisdom of the runes and the strength of her spirit, would face her destiny, her every step determined by the weight of her quest for vengeance and the weight of the realms hanging in the balance. The shadow of Hugin, Odin's raven, had marked the fall of her clan, but the path forward was hers to forge. She would not falter. She would not fail. The fate of the 9 realms rested not only on her desire for vengeance, but upon her strength and her ability to navigate the treacherous path ahead. Her journey had only just begun, and the path to Muspelheim was paved with fire and danger, but Sigrun was ready to walk it. The fate of the 9 realms rested on her shoulders, and she would not let them down. The berserker's oath. The biting wind whipped around Sigrun as she descended from the mountain. The runes Brunhilde had given her clutched tightly in her hand. The path was treacherous, a winding ribbon of ice and snow clinging precariously to the cliff face. Below, the landscape stretched out before her, a vast expanse of frozen forest, the trees' skeletal fingers reaching towards a sky the color of bruised plums. She felt the weight of her quest pressing down on her, the weight of her clan's blood, the weight of the 9 realms trembling on the brink. Yet, despite the chilling wind and the daunting task ahead, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Brunhilde's words, the vision of Loki's machinations, fueled a fire of determination in her heart. She would find justice. She would avenge her clan. Days blurred into a relentless cycle of icy winds and dwindling supplies. The forest became her labyrinth, its twisting paths a constant challenge. She hunted what little game she could find, her survival skills honed by years of training, her spirit unbroken by the harsh conditions. One evening, as a blizzard raged around her, she stumbled upon a small, sheltered cave, its entrance barely visible beneath a shroud of snow. Exhaustion pulled at her, threatening to consume her, but she forced herself onwards, seeking refuge from the storm's fury. Inside the cave, huddled around a meager fire, was a figure cloaked in furs. his face obscured by shadow. He was massive, a mountain of a man, his shoulders broad, his frame hinting at immense strength. The air around him crackled with a strange energy, a wildness that sent a shiver down Sigrun's spine. He looked up as she entered, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, pupils dilated to vast pools of amber. He was a berserker, she realized, instantly recognizing the telltale signs. The raw power, the barely contained fury simmering beneath the surface. Who dares disturb my solitude? His voice rumbled, deep and resonant like the earth itself. It held a hint of frost, a bite of the winter wind. Sigrun, though wary, did not falter. She held up the rune stones, their faint glow illuminating the cave's darkness. I seek your aid, berserker, she declared, her voice clear despite the tremor in her hands. I am Sigrun, and I have a task that requires your strength. The berserker studied her, his gaze intense, piercing. He saw not just a warrior, but a woman driven by a purpose, as fierce and unrelenting as the blizzard raging outside. He saw a reflection of the tempest within himself. He saw his own pain mirrored in her steely gaze. He remained silent for a long moment. The only sound, the crackling fire and the howling wind. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of ages, he spoke again. My name is Bjorn, he said, his voice softer now, laced with a weariness that belied his formidable appearance. And my solitude is well earned. I have no wish to be entangled in the affairs of men or gods, but the gods have entangled you, whether you wish it or not, Sigrun countered, her voice firm. Your lineage is bound to Fenrir, is it not? Your blood carries the mark, the monstrous wolf. Bjorn flinched, a slight movement barely perceptible beneath his heavy furs. The amber in his eyes flickered, then dimmed, as if a shadow had passed over their depths. He had expected her to know. It was a truth interwoven with his very being, a burden he carried with a heavy heart. His silence was a confirmation. I know of the prophecy, she continued, stepping closer to the fire, the warmth spreading through her chilled body. Brunhilde spoke of a creature forged in Muspelheim, a weapon of dark magic. She spoke of Loki's hand in the massacre of my clan. She paused, allowing her words to settle, letting the weight of her grief hang in the air between them. Your strength, your connection to Fenrir, it is more than a coincidence. It is a destiny, a chance to exact justice. Bjorn stared into the flames, the firelight dancing in his eyes, mirroring the turmoil within him. The prophecy had always been a shadow haunting his existence, a foreboding prediction that had held him prisoner for years. He had vowed to remain isolated, to shield himself and others from the potential chaos his lineage might unleash. Yet, Sigrun's words resonated deep within his soul. He saw the fire of righteous anger in her eyes, the same fire that had long smoldered within his own heart. He saw in her a reflection of his own pain, the loss that had consumed him, the betrayal that had left him scarred. He had initially retreated from the world, seeking solace in his solitude, hoping to bury his past. Yet, Sigrun's words, her fierce determination, her unwavering resolve to seek justice, had stirred something within him, a dormant ember that now flickered with renewed purpose. Loki, Bjorn finally whispered, the name a curse on his lips. His malice knows no bounds. He uses others, pawns in his twisted games, and I have been one of them. He spoke of a past betrayal, a promise broken by the god of mischief, a promise of protection that had been shattered like glass, leaving Bjorn wounded and alone. Loki's cruelty extended to all realms, to every single being that felt the god's wrath. I have fought him before, Bjorn continued, his voice now steadier, and I will fight him again. Not for glory, not for reward, but for justice, for the innocent lives he has destroyed, for the pain he has caused, including mine. He looked at Sigrun, his eyes filled with newfound purpose. I will help you, Sigrun, but know this. The path to Muspelheim is paved with fire and blood. We will face dangers beyond comprehension, foes more terrifying than any you have ever encountered. A bond formed between them in that desolate cave, a pact forged not in words, but in shared loss and a thirst for justice. It was a fragile alliance, born of the shared pain of betrayal, cemented by a mutual hatred for Loki and his machinations. As Bjorn rose, his massive frame casting a long shadow on the cave wall, Sigrun knew that she was no longer alone. She had found an ally, a warrior whose strength was matched only by his loyalty. They had found each other in the heart of winter, bound together by the cruel irony of fate and by the fiery promise of vengeance. The journey to Muspelheim would be perilous, but with Bjorn at her side, Sigrun felt a surge of confidence, a renewed determination that settled deep in her bones. The shadow of Hugin still loomed, a dark reminder of her clan's demise, but it no longer felt as oppressive. The path was fraught with dangers. Yet, with the aid of a formidable berserker, she felt empowered to embark on her journey of retribution and the preservation of the 9 realms. The path forward was clearer now, and the fire of vengeance burned even brighter in her heart. Her quest for vengeance was no longer a lonely path, but a journey shared with a fierce ally. The fate of the realms and her own rested on this newly forged alliance, and they would not fail. Journeys beginning. The first rays of dawn painted the snow-covered landscape in hues of pale rose and icy blue, revealing the true extent of their journey. Before them stretched a seemingly endless expanse of frozen forest. The trees gnarled and twisted like ancient, arthritic limbs reaching towards a sky the color of a winter sea. The air bit with a ferocity that threatened to steal the breath from their lungs, and the silence was broken only by the occasional creak of ice underfoot. Sigrun, clad in furs that offered little respite from the biting cold, adjusted the straps of her shield, the weight familiar and comforting. Beside her, Bjorn moved with a silent grace that belied his immense size, his movements fluid and predatory, like a great bear stalking its prey. Their journey began slowly, each step measured and deliberate, as they navigated the treacherous terrain. The path was barely discernible, a faint trail obscured by the heavy snowfall, leading them deeper into the heart of the frozen wilderness. Bjorn's knowledge of the forest proved invaluable, his keen senses picking up subtle clues that would have been lost on Sigrun. He could sense the shift in the wind, the subtle change in the air pressure, the barely audible rustle of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. He warned her of hidden crevasses, guided her around treacherous ice patches, and showed her how to track animals through the snow, providing them with a precarious source of sustenance. The days that followed were a relentless test of endurance. They faced blizzards that threatened to bury them alive, icy winds that cut through their layers of clothing, and the constant threat of starvation. The scarcity of food forced them to hunt relentlessly, their days a blur of relentless pursuit. Sigrun, with Bjorn's guidance, learned to hunt like a wolf, stalking her prey with patience and striking with deadly precision. They feasted on whatever they could find: rabbits, birds, sometimes the scavenged remains of animals fallen to the harsher elements. The meager meals, though barely enough to sustain them, fueled their determination. The nights were spent huddled together in makeshift shelters, the warmth of their bodies the only defense against the penetrating cold. Their progress was slow but steady. Their mutual dependence deepened with each passing day, forging a bond that transcended mere companionship. They shared stories, their laughter echoing through the frozen forest. They spoke of their losses, Their regrets, their hopes for the future. Bjorn spoke of his past, revealing fragments of a life scarred by betrayal and loss, of his family's destruction at the hands of Loki's machinations, a tale mirroring Sigrun's own pain. Sigrun, in turn, shared the details of her clan's slaughter, the horror and injustice etched on her face. Their shared trauma became a binding agent, uniting them in their quest for vengeance. Their journey was far from peaceful. The forest held dangers beyond the harsh elements. One night, as they rested in a cavern, they were awakened by the guttural groans of Draugr, the restless spirits of warriors who had died violent deaths. These undead creatures, their eyes burning with an unholy light, attacked with savage ferocity. Bjorn, his berserker rage unleashed, fought with a brutal efficiency that cleaved through the Draugr, his strength supernatural. Sigrun, her shield raised high, fought alongside him, her skill and courage complementing his raw power. The battle was fierce and bloody, and when it was over, both were wounded but alive. Their bond, forged in shared experience, had been tempered in the fires of combat. Days later, they encountered a pack of Fenrisulfur, monstrous wolves whose ancestors were said to be related to Loki's monstrous son. These were not ordinary wolves. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural fire, and their howls pierced the silence with an unsettling echo. The creatures were swift, deadly, and relentless. Bjorn, despite his formidable size, was nimble and swift, and Sigrun's agility proved to be their salvation in this fight. The wolves fell one by one to their coordinated attack. Sigrun's sharp spear was met by Bjorn's powerful strikes, forcing the creatures to fall before them. It was a testament to their growing partnership and the effectiveness of their synchronized combat. Their survival in the face of these beasts was a triumph, reaffirming their shared mission and their strengthening bond. As they pressed onward, the forest began to thin, giving way to a vast, frozen plain. In the distance, a dark, jagged silhouette pierced the sky, a grim promise of their destination. Muspelheim. The sight filled Sigrun with both dread and anticipation, a potent mix of fear and exhilaration. The journey had been arduous, a test of their endurance and their resolve. They had faced the elements, battled mythical creatures, and deepened their bond through shared experience. They had faced loss, faced death, and found solace in each other. But the true challenges lay ahead, in the fiery realm of Muspelheim. Loki awaited them, his web of deceit woven with dark magic and ancient prophecies. The road ahead was fraught with unimaginable dangers, but Sigrun, with Bjorn at her side, felt ready. Their shared quest for vengeance, their common hatred of Loki, and their powerful bond prepared them for whatever lay before them. The raven's shadow, a constant reminder of their mission, hung heavy in the air, but it was no longer a symbol of despair, but a testament to their resilience. Their journey was far from over, but the path had been cleared. They would not falter. They would not yield. They would face Loki. They would avenge their lost. The journey's beginning had shaped them into something stronger, something more formidable. The fires of Muspelheim were waiting, and they were ready to meet the challenge. The fate of the 9 realms lay in the balance, and Sigrun, hand in hand with Bjorn, prepared to claim their destiny. First encounter. The frozen plain stretched before them, a vast expanse of white, under a sky the color of bruised plums. The wind, a razor-edged blade, whipped across the desolate landscape, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and something else, something acrid and unfamiliar. As they trudged onward, the skeletal remains of trees, twisted and gnarled by centuries of harsh winters, became more frequent, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The silence, broken only by the rhythmic crunch of their boots on the frozen ground, pressed in on them, a heavy, suffocating blanket. Then the trees thickened, coalescing into a dense, almost impenetrable forest. Unlike the stark, lifeless trees of the plain, these were vibrant, though strangely small, with bark the color of amethyst and emerald, their branches laden with glowing berries that pulsed with an ethereal light. An unnatural stillness permeated the air, a silence far different from the biting, wind-swept chill of the open plain. This was a stillness pregnant with secrets, a quietude that hummed with unseen energy. Bjorn stopped, his keen senses alert. "Elves," he murmured, his voice low and cautious. "This is their domain." Sigrun felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a feeling of being watched, observed by unseen eyes. She raised her hand, signaling Bjorn to silence. The air, sharp and clean moments ago, now carried a faint scent of honeysuckle and something else, something subtly dangerous. She could almost feel the forest itself watching, its ancient heart beating with a rhythm both alluring and threatening. They proceeded cautiously, their movements slow and deliberate. The forest floor was soft, yielding underfoot, a carpet of moss and strangely luminescent fungi. The air shimmered with an ethereal glow, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on their eyes. It was a world of enchantment, but one fraught with danger. Suddenly, a chorus of laughter rippled through the air, high-pitched and mischievous, yet laced with a chilling undercurrent. From behind the shimmering trunks of the amethyst trees, figures emerged, small and agile, their movements fluid and graceful. They were elves, their features sharp and delicate, their eyes sparkling with an unnerving intelligence. Their skin shimmered with the colors of the forest, a breathtaking display of iridescent hues that shifted and changed with every movement. They wore clothes woven from the leaves and bark of the trees, adorned with jewels that glowed with an inner light. Their leader, a woman with hair like spun moonlight and eyes like molten gold, stepped forward. She smiled, a captivating yet unsettling expression that held both kindness and malice. "Welcome, travelers," she chirped, her voice like tinkling bells, "to the Whispering Woods. We have been awaiting your arrival." Sigrun, ever vigilant, kept her hand on the hilt of her sword. Bjorn stood beside her, his massive frame radiating quiet power. He remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The elves, though seemingly frail, possessed an aura of ancient power. They were not to be underestimated. "We seek passage," Sigrun stated, her voice clear and strong, betraying no hint of fear. "To Muspelheim." The elf queen chuckled, a sound that echoed strangely through the silent forest. "Muspelheim is not easily reached," she replied. "Those who seek passage through the Whispering Woods must first prove their worth." The queen then presented a series of trials, challenges designed to test Sigrun's strength, intelligence, and cunning. The first was a riddle, a complex word puzzle entwined with ancient Norse runes, a test of Sigrun's understanding of her heritage and her people's history. Sigrun, having spent countless hours studying the runes under the guidance of her clan's elders, deciphered it quickly and effortlessly. The second trial was a test of physical strength and dexterity. Sigrun was presented with a series of increasingly difficult physical feats. The challenges ranged from intricate climbing routes through the enchanted trees to escaping elaborate traps. She used her agility and strength, honed from years of training as a shield maiden, to overcome the physical tasks. She scaled the smooth, moss-covered trunks with ease, her movements fluid and precise. She navigated the traps with a sharp mind, finding ingenious ways to overcome the puzzles the mischievous elves had devised. The final test, however, was the most intricate. The elves presented Sigrun with a complex puzzle box, crafted from intricately carved wood and adorned with glowing gems. The box could only be opened by solving a series of interconnected puzzles, each requiring both intelligence and the ability to think outside the box. It was a test of resourcefulness and ingenuity. The box was a marvel of craftsmanship, its surface covered in intricate carvings depicting scenes from Norse mythology. Sigrun examined the box carefully, tracing the carvings with her fingers, her keen eyes searching for clues. She studied the runes, the symbols, the arrangement of the gems. Each detail was important. She spent hours working on the puzzle, her mind racing as she worked through the various stages. She noticed hidden mechanisms, solved coded messages, and ultimately, with a satisfying click, unlocked the box. Inside, she found a small, intricately crafted key, glowing softly. It was a key to their passage. The elf queen, impressed by Sigrun's cunning and determination, smiled. "You have proven yourself worthy," she said. "The path to Muspelheim is now open to you." The elves, their mission fulfilled, disappeared as silently as they had come, leaving Sigrun and Bjorn alone in the Whispering Woods. The key, however, was not just a key to Muspelheim. It held a potent magical aura. Sigrun, sensing its power, felt a surge of exhilaration. Their journey had been arduous, but it was clear that they were on the right path. They were closer to Muspelheim, closer to confronting Loki, and closer to their revenge. The elves, with their whimsical trials, had not just tested their worthiness, but also had unknowingly revealed a hidden strength within Sigrun, a strength born from determination and intellect. They continued their journey, the key clutched tightly in Sigrun's hand, a symbol of their triumph and the promise of the battles yet to come. The path ahead remained fraught with danger, but the enigmatic elves of the Whispering Woods had cleared the way, proving to be unexpected allies in their quest. The raven's shadow loomed large, but now it felt more like a promise than a threat. The path to Muspelheim was open. Their quest for vengeance continued. The reluctant king beyond the Whispering Woods. The landscape shifted dramatically. The ethereal glow of the elven forest gave way to a stark, rocky terrain. The ground scarred with deep fissures and jagged peaks that clawed at the bruised sky. The air, once fragrant with honeysuckle, now carried the sharp tang of iron and the earthy scent of damp stone. This was the realm of the dwarves, a land of subterranean tunnels and colossal mountains, a testament to their unwavering skill in mining and forging. They followed a barely discernible path, the trail winding through a labyrinth of canyons and gorges. The silence here was different from the enchanted hush of the elven woods. This was a silence heavy with the weight of ages, the echo of countless generations of dwarves toiling beneath the earth. The only sound was the rhythmic crunch of their boots on the loose green, and the occasional distant clang of metal on metal, a testament to the relentless industry of the dwarven kingdom. After what felt like days of relentless travel, they arrived at the mouth of a vast cavern, its entrance concealed behind a waterfall that cascaded down a cliff face, obscuring the entrance like a curtain of shimmering ice. The water thundered, a deafening roar that momentarily drowned out the wind's howl. This was the entrance to the Dwarf King's hold, a fortress carved into the heart of the mountain, a testament to the dwarves' formidable engineering skills. Bjorn, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings, pointed towards a barely visible path behind the cascading water. The entrance is hidden, he observed, his voice barely audible above the roar of the waterfall. We must pass behind the curtain of water. Sigrun nodded, her gaze unwavering. The water was freezing, but she knew that hesitation could be fatal. With a deep breath, she plunged into the icy torrent, the cold water shocking her system, stealing the breath from her lungs. She held her breath, pushing through the icy grip of the waterfall, emerging on the other side, gasping for air. Bjorn followed close behind, his massive frame seemingly unfazed by the frigid water. The cavern opened before them, an immense space carved out of the mountain's heart. Giant pillars of rock, painstakingly sculpted and polished, supported a high, vaulted ceiling. The walls, adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes of dwarven legends and triumphs. The air was thick with the smell of coal dust and molten metal, the air humming with the unseen energy of the dwarves' tireless industry. Torches flickered in sconces carved into the rock walls, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on their eyes. In the center of the cavern, a throne of black obsidian sat perched upon a dais of polished granite. Upon it sat the Dwarf King, Grimnir, a figure of imposing stature and grim countenance. His beard, as long and thick as braided chains, cascaded down to his waist, speckled with flecks of gold and silver. His eyes, cold and piercing, seemed to bore into Sigrun's soul, evaluating her worthiness. You dare trespass on my domain, Grimnir boomed, his voice echoing through the cavern. shaking the very foundations of the dwarven kingdom. What brings you to the heart of my realm? Sigrun, never one to be intimidated, stepped forward, her gaze meeting his without flinching. We seek your aid, King Grimnir, she said, her voice clear and strong. Our quest is perilous, and your knowledge is crucial to our success. Grimnir's cold gaze didn't falter. He seemed unmoved by her display of courage. My time is valuable, he countered, his voice like the grinding of stone on stone. I do not aid anyone without sufficient cause. Prove your worth, shield maiden. Show me why I should risk my time and resources on your desperate plea. Grimnir presented Sigrun with 3 trials. The first was a test of strength and endurance. He presented her with a dwarven forge, its bellows roaring, and a glowing ingot of adamantium, the most resilient metal in all of Midgard. Shape this, he commanded, mold it into a weapon worthy of my attention. Sigrun, with muscles honed from years of battle, accepted the challenge. She worked tirelessly for hours, her brow furrowed in concentration as she manipulated the glowing metal. The heat was intense, the air thick with the smell of burning metal. But she persevered, her determination unwavering. She hammered and shaped the metal with precision, forging a magnificent battle axe, its head gleaming with ethereal light, its haft adorned with runes of protection. When she finished, the axe pulsed with a faint magic, a testament to both her skill and the metal's inherent power. Grimnir examined the weapon with an appraising gaze. Impressive, he conceded, his voice losing some of its initial harshness. But strength alone is not enough to warrant my assistance. The second trial was a test of intelligence and cunning. He presented her with a series of ancient dwarven riddles, each more complex and cryptic than the last. These weren't simple word games. They were intricate puzzles that delved into the very heart of dwarven history and cosmology, testing her understanding of their culture and her ability to think strategically. Sigrun, drawing upon her knowledge of runes and her innate sharpness of mind, meticulously analyzed each riddle, deciphering the coded messages hidden within the seemingly simple words. She spent hours poring over the puzzles, her mind racing to find the connections between seemingly disparate elements. She drew upon her memories of her clan's history, linking ancient tales with her current observations. Her answers, surprisingly accurate, astonished Grimnir with their depth of understanding. Remarkable, Grimnir admitted, a flicker of grudging respect in his cold eyes. Your intellect is as sharp as your strength, But there is still one more test. The final trial was a test of her spirit. Grimnir presented her with a map of the 9 realms, a vast and detailed charting of the cosmos. Find the hidden path to Muspelheim, he commanded. Not the path known to many, but the one shrouded in shadow, the path only those with a strong heart can traverse. Sigrun studied the map, her fingers tracing the intricate lines that represented the various realms. She spent many hours unraveling the hidden pathways, relying on her intuition and knowledge of Norse mythology. She realized that this was not simply a map, but a test of courage and intuition, requiring a deep understanding of the risks she was willing to take. The path Grimnir sought was not merely geographic, it was a reflection of her own resolve. The final trail was to prove that Sigrun understood the nature of her quest, the dangers that lay ahead, and her unyielding dedication. Finally, after careful deliberation and analysis of various obscure pathways, Sigrun pinpointed a hidden route. It was a dangerous path, fraught with peril, but it offered a faster, more discreet route to their destination. She pointed it out to the dwarf king, explaining her reasoning based on her understanding of the celestial alignments and the hidden currents of magical energy that flowed through the 9 realms. Her explanation was a perfect blend of knowledge, wisdom, and calculated risks. Grimnir, impressed by her unwavering spirit and her keen understanding of the complexities of the cosmos, nodded slowly. "You have proven your worth," he conceded, his voice devoid of its earlier harshness. "I will aid you in your quest." The dwarf king, having been convinced of Sigrun's resilience and intellect, revealed the location of a hidden artifact, crucial for her journey to Muspelheim. The artifact, a relic of unimaginable power, was concealed within the deepest vaults of his kingdom, guarded by ancient magical traps and protective runes. The dwarf king provided Sigrun with detailed instructions on how to navigate the treacherous path leading to the artifact, advising her on the challenges she would encounter and the necessary precautions to take. Sigrun, along with Bjorn, embarked upon this perilous journey, navigating through the complex network of tunnels and caverns that lay deep within the dwarven kingdom. The kingdom, a marvel of dwarven engineering, was a labyrinth of intricate passages, hidden chambers, and towering structures, all carved from the mountain itself. They traversed massive halls adorned with intricate carvings, bypassed ancient traps, and navigated past rooms brimming with dwarven artifacts. Each step brought them closer to their goal, but also revealed the immense power and secrets hidden beneath the earth. The dwarves, with their masterful engineering and profound knowledge of the 9 realms, had proven to be invaluable allies in Sigrun's quest for revenge. Their journey was far from over, but with the Dwarf King's assistance, they were one step closer to confronting Loki and achieving their vengeance. The shadow of the raven, once a foreboding presence, now seemed to be a guide, leading them towards the fiery forges of Muspelheim. Their path to vengeance remained long and winding, but with each obstacle overcome, Sigrun's spirit grew stronger, her resolve unshaken. The journey ahead would test her strength, her intelligence, and her courage more than ever before, but she was prepared, armed with the unwavering support of her companion, and now the powerful knowledge and aid of the Dwarf King and his people. The quest for revenge continued, closer to its fiery culmination. Forging the weapon, Grimnir, his gaze softening only fractionally, nodded. "You have proven yourself worthy, shield maiden. I will forge you a weapon unlike any other in Midgard." He gestured to a vast chamber opening off the main cavern, a space filled with the rhythmic clang of hammers against anvils, the roar of bellows, and the intense heat radiating from a multitude of forges. The air shimmered with the heat, thick with the smell of coal smoke and molten metal. Dwarves, their faces smudged with soot and their eyes gleaming with the reflected light of the forges, worked tirelessly, their movements precise and rhythmic, a symphony of skilled craftsmanship. "This is the heart of my forge," Grimnir announced, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Here, for centuries, we have crafted weapons and armor, tools and trinkets, each imbued with the skill and magic of our kind. But the weapon I shall forge for you will be different. It will be a weapon of legend, a weapon that will aid you in your quest for vengeance." He led Sigrun and Bjorn deeper into the forge, past towering stacks of meticulously organized ore and shimmering ingots of various metals. The sounds intensified, becoming a deafening roar that vibrated through their very bones. They came to a central forge, larger than any other, its bellows a monstrous beast of leather and iron, pumping air with a furious energy. The fire within raged, a tempest of white-hot flames, capable of melting even the most stubborn metals. Beside it lay a massive anvil, ancient and worn, scarred by countless strikes of dwarven hammers over the millennia. This was no ordinary forge. This was a crucible of creation, a place where magic and metal intertwined. "This weapon," Grimnir explained, his voice low and resonant, will be forged from adamantium, the most resilient metal in all of Midgard. But strength alone is not enough. We will imbue it with ancient runes, runes of power, runes of protection, runes that will amplify its capabilities beyond the understanding of mortal men. Grimnir selected a glowing ingot of adamantium, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. It pulsed with inner heat, radiating an almost palpable energy. He placed it in the heart of the forge, the intense heat causing it to glow brighter, almost blindingly so. He then turned to a nearby table, laden with ancient runes, carved into various stones and metals. These were not merely decorative symbols. They were potent magical conduits, capable of imbuing objects with extraordinary power. The selection of runes is crucial, Grimnir stated, his voice serious. Each rune carries its own unique power, and the combination must be balanced, ensuring that the weapon's properties are enhanced without creating an imbalance of forces. He selected specific runes with careful consideration, explaining their respective powers and properties as he did so. There were runes of strength to amplify the weapon's cutting power, runes of protection to shield the wielder from harm, runes of speed to enhance its swiftness in battle, and runes of destruction to amplify its lethality. The forging process was a spectacle of precision and skill. Grimnir, assisted by a team of master dwarven smiths, worked with incredible speed and efficiency, their movements honed by generations of tradition. The air filled with showers of sparks as the adamantium was hammered and shaped, the runes being carefully etched into its surface. As it cooled and reheated, each blow of the hammer was deliberate and precise, each stroke shaping not only the metal, but also the destiny of the weapon itself. Sigrun watched, mesmerized, as the weapon took shape. The heat was intense, but she felt a strange sense of calm amidst the chaos. She knew that this was more than just the creation of a weapon. It was a ritual, a sacred act that imbued the object with power beyond mere metal. The dwarves chanted ancient incantations as they worked, their voices rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to resonate with the very heart of the mountain. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, a dance of skill and precision that had been passed down through countless generations. Hours passed, and the weapon slowly took shape, evolving from a shapeless mass of glowing metal into a magnificent battle axe. The head was broad and curved, its edges razor sharp, capable of cleaving through bone and steel with ease. The haft was long and sturdy, crafted from a dark wood that seemed to absorb the light. its surface inlaid with intricate silver designs that mirrored the runes etched into the axe head. The runes pulsed with a faint magical aura, their glow casting an ethereal light that danced and shimmered across the forge. When the final rune was etched, a sudden burst of light erupted from the weapon, illuminating the entire forge in a blinding flash. The heat intensified, and for a moment Sigrun feared that the weapon would melt. But then, just as quickly as it began, the light subsided, leaving the axe glowing with a soft, internal radiance. The air crackled with residual energy, a testament to the weapon's immense power. Grimnir examined the completed axe with a satisfied nod. "This is no ordinary weapon, shield maiden," he declared. "This is a weapon forged in the heart of the Dwarven Kingdom, imbued with the power of ancient runes and the skill of our finest smiths. It is a weapon worthy of your quest, a weapon that will aid you in your fight against Loki and the forces of chaos." He handed the axe to Sigrun, its weight surprisingly balanced in her hand. She felt a surge of power flow through her, a connection to the weapon that was both exhilarating and intimidating. This was not just a tool for battle, it was an extension of her will, a conduit for her strength and determination. It was a symbol of her resolve, a tangible manifestation of her unwavering commitment to avenge her clan. The forging of the weapon had been more than just a technical process. It had been a test, a ritual, a demonstration of the dwarves' skills and Sigrun's own worthiness. The weapon itself was a testament to the importance of preparation, resourcefulness, and collaboration in their perilous quest. With the legendary battle axe in hand, Sigrun felt a renewed sense of confidence, her resolve strengthened by the support of the Dwarven King and the power of the weapon he had forged for her. The journey to Muspelheim remained fraught with danger, but Sigrun knew that with this weapon at her side, she stood a better chance of overcoming the challenges that lay ahead. The weight of the axe felt less like a burden and more like a promise of vengeance fulfilled, a promise of survival against unimaginable odds. The journey continued, its destination ever closer, the flames of Muspelheim beckoning, whispers of Loki. The days that followed were a blur of dwarven activity. The great forge hummed with a tireless energy, a constant symphony of hammer blows and bellows roars echoing through the mountain. Sigrun spent her time observing, learning, and absorbing the dwarves' meticulous craftsmanship. Grimnir, though taciturn, was not unkind. He allowed her access to the smithy's library, a cavern filled with ancient scrolls bound in leather and metal, their pages filled with dwarven runes and intricate diagrams of weapons and tools. She learned of the dwarves' rich history, their mastery of metalworking, and their deep connection to the earth. She also learned, inadvertently, more about Loki than she ever intended. It happened during the quiet hours, when the forge fell silent and the dwarves rested. Sigrun, unable to sleep in the strange, echoing silence of her chamber, wandered the twisting corridors of the hold. She found herself drawn to a small, dimly lit alcove tucked away near the smithy. A faint murmur of voices reached her ears, hushed and conspiratorial. Peeking around the corner, she saw a small group of dwarves huddled together, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a single oil lamp. They spoke in low tones, their words tumbling over each other in a rush of guttural dwarvish. Sigrun didn't understand their language fluently, but she could pick out certain words: Loki, vengeance, and destruction. Driven by curiosity and a growing unease, she strained to listen more closely. The whispers spoke of a betrayal, a plot orchestrated by Loki himself, a deception far more insidious and far-reaching than she could have imagined. The dwarves recounted tales of Loki's manipulation, his cunning schemes, and his ability to sow discord amongst even the most steadfast allies. They spoke of how his influence had reached far beyond the borders of Asgard, corrupting even some of the dwarven clans. The implications were staggering, painting a picture of Loki's deep involvement in the affairs of all the realms. One dwarf, older than the rest, with a beard that reached his waist, spoke of a specific incident, hinting at Loki's direct involvement in the destruction of Sigrun's clan. He spoke of a deal struck in the shadows, a bargain made with a price far greater than any treasure. He mentioned a cursed artifact, a relic of immense power that Loki sought to wield, its acquisition the key to his grand design. The mention of a cursed artifact sent a shiver down Sigrun's spine. The dwarves' whispers suggested that the destruction of her clan was not merely a random act of violence, but a calculated move in Loki's larger scheme. The details remained shrouded in mystery, veiled in cryptic allusions and fragmented narratives. However, one phrase recurred throughout their whispers: the serpent's coil. The phrase hinted at a complex web of deception, a plot woven with intricate layers of lies and manipulation. The dwarves' fear was palpable, their hushed tones laced with a reverence bordering on terror. It was the kind of fear not born of immediate danger, but of a far greater, more insidious threat, a threat that spread like a poison through the very foundations of the realms. Intrigued and deeply unsettled, Sigrun retreated to her chamber, the whispers echoing in her mind long after the dwarves had dispersed. She replayed the fragments of conversation, attempting to piece together the scattered clues. Loki's involvement, she realized, was far deeper than she had initially suspected. This was no mere act of petty revenge. This was a calculated, deliberate strike aimed at destabilizing the realms. The destruction of her clan was not an isolated incident, but a piece of a larger, more sinister puzzle. The next morning, she sought out Grimnir, the dwarf king, his gaze as unyielding as the mountains themselves. Listened to her account of the whispers. He did not dismiss her words, but neither did he confirm them directly. His silence was as telling as any affirmation. He merely nodded, a grim expression etched on his face. Loki is a master of deception, shield maiden, Grimnir finally said, his voice low and resonant. His whispers weave a web of falsehoods that can ensnare even the wisest minds. Be cautious, for his lies are as sharp as any blade. He then revealed more information, carefully chosen words that painted a more comprehensive picture of Loki's machinations. Grimnir confirmed the existence of the serpent's coil, explaining it as a complex network of alliances and betrayals, carefully orchestrated by Loki to sow chaos throughout the 9 realms. He spoke of hidden agreements, secret pacts, and manipulative strategies designed to weaken the forces of Asgard and pave the way for a catastrophic upheaval. The information he provided filled in many gaps, clarifying the cryptic whispers she had overheard. Grimnir spoke of Loki's insatiable thirst for power, his disregard for the well-being of the realms, and his willingness to sacrifice anything or anyone to achieve his goals. He painted a picture of a god consumed by ambition, a being so cunning and deceptive that even the wisest of beings could fall prey to his machinations. The dwarf king described how Loki had been subtly manipulating various factions for centuries, exacerbating existing conflicts, fueling ancient rivalries, and skillfully using his own charm and charisma to sow seeds of doubt and distrust. Grimnir explained that Loki's ultimate aim was to weaken Asgard and the other realms, enough to facilitate the coming of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. This wasn't merely a prophecy. It was a meticulously planned catastrophe, a grand scheme orchestrated by Loki himself, who intended to seize power from the ashes of the old order. The destruction of Sigrun's clan, Grimnir confirmed, was a crucial step in this larger plan, a strategic move designed to destabilize one of the few remaining powerful forces loyal to Odin. Loki's manipulations were not random acts of malice. They were calculated moves in a vast game of power and influence. The revelation left Sigrun reeling. The quest for vengeance, which had previously been a personal matter, had now transformed into something far greater, a fight for the survival of the realms themselves. Her battle against Loki was no longer just about reclaiming justice for her slain clan, but about preventing the destruction of all the 9 realms. The weight of responsibility was immense, the scope of the task seemingly insurmountable. Yet, armed with the dwarven forged axe and the unsettling truth of Loki's grand design, Sigrun felt a surge of determination. She would not falter. She would expose Loki's treachery, and if necessary, confront him in the heart of his own machinations. Grimnir presented her with further assistance, offering maps detailing Loki's known strongholds and the locations of his key allies. He also provided her with enchanted amulets, imbued with dwarven magic to protect her from Loki's enchantments and illusions. He even mentioned some allies that might aid her, beings dwelling on the periphery of the realms, individuals who had previously been deceived by Loki and who now regretted their associations and sought redemption. These were beings who held knowledge and insights crucial to her quest. With the sun setting, casting long shadows across the dwarven hold, Sigrun prepared for the next leg of her journey. The path to Muspelheim was treacherous, fraught with peril, but she felt an unexpected calm settle within her. The whispers of Loki, once a source of confusion and dread, had transformed into a battle cry. Armed with knowledge, strength, and an unwavering resolve, Sigrun stepped out from the shadow of the dwarven mountain, her gaze set on the fiery forges of Muspelheim and the ultimate confrontation with the god of mischief himself. The journey would be long and perilous, but she carried with her not only the memory of her fallen clan, but also the hope of salvation for the 9 realms. The weight of responsibility was heavy, but it fueled her. Vengeance was no longer enough. The fate of the realms rested on her shoulders. Escape from the mines. The air hung crisp and cold as Sigrun and the Berserker emerged from the dwarven hold. The imposing mountain looming behind them like a silent sentinel. The newly forged axe, a masterpiece of dwarven craftsmanship, felt reassuringly heavy in Sigrun's grip, its polished surface reflecting the pale light of the setting sun. The berserker, his face still obscured by his helmet, moved with an unsettling grace, his massive frame seemingly effortless despite the weight of his own weaponry. A sense of unease, however, prickled at Sigrun's skin. The air vibrated with a palpable tension, a silent warning that their escape would not be easy. Their initial progress was swift and silent. They traversed the winding mountain paths, their movements coordinated with practiced ease. Sigrun's experience as a shield maiden complementing the berserker's raw instinct. But as they descended into the lower slopes, the serenity of the mountain was shattered. A guttural roar echoing through the valleys announced their pursuers. From the shadows of the pines, grotesque figures emerged, their forms twisted and unnatural, their eyes burning with a malevolent light. They were creatures of Loki's making, warped and twisted by dark magic, their bodies a grotesque mockery of nature. Some resembled wolves, their forms elongated and skeletal, their fur matted with grime and blood. Others were hulking, humanoid creatures, their flesh rotting and festering, their limbs contorted at unnatural angles. They moved with a chilling speed, their movements fluid and predatory, their numbers seemingly endless, the air filled with the stench of decay and the chilling sound of their snarls. The first attack was swift and brutal. The wolf-like creatures lunged, their claws tearing at Sigrun's defenses. The berserker met them head-on, his rage a whirlwind of blows, his massive axe cleaving through their bodies with terrifying ease. Sigrun, nimble and agile, danced around the fray, her axe flashing, each strike precise and deadly. The dwarven steel sang as it met the flesh of Loki's creatures, each blow a testament to the dwarves' skill. But their numbers were overwhelming. More creatures emerged from the darkness, their forms a chaotic nightmare, their attacks unrelenting. Sigrun found herself pressed to her limits, her stamina tested by the relentless onslaught. The berserker, however, seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, his ferocity amplified by the battle, his rage a weapon as formidable as his axe. He fought with a primal energy, his blows a testament to his connection to Fenrir, his strength seemingly boundless. The battle raged for what felt like an eternity, a brutal dance of steel and claw, of brute force and cunning strategy. Sigrun utilized every technique she had learned, her shield a bulwark against the relentless assault, her axe A precision instrument of destruction, she fought with the fury of a cornered animal, driven by the memory of her fallen clan and fueled by a thirst for revenge that burned hotter than any forge. The berserker, meanwhile, fought with a primal savagery. His attacks were less strategic, more instinctual, each swing a display of raw, untamed power. He was a force of nature, a whirlwind of destruction, his attacks unstoppable. The creatures of Loki fell before them, their bodies scattered across the battlefield, a testament to the combined might of the shield maiden and the berserker. As the battle raged, Sigrun noticed a pattern. The creatures seemed to be drawn to the berserker, their attacks focusing primarily on him, as if attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. This realization sparked a plan. Using her superior tactical awareness, she began to lure the creatures away from the berserker, drawing them into carefully laid traps. Using the terrain to her advantage, she would create openings for the berserker to unleash his destructive power, channeling his rage into decisive blows. The battle continued for hours, a brutal and bloody contest against the relentless tide of Loki's minions. The setting sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, menacing shadows that danced and writhed like the creatures themselves. Sigrun and the berserker fought with a grim determination, their bodies aching, their weapons heavy, but their spirits unbroken. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the last of Loki's creatures fell, their bodies scattered across the battlefield. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the rasping breaths of the two warriors and the distant howl of the wind. They stood amidst the carnage, exhausted but triumphant, their bodies battered, their spirits unbroken. The victory was hard won, a testament to their courage, their skill, and their unwavering determination. Looking at the scene, Sigrun knew this was only a small victory. The path ahead was long and perilous, fraught with dangers far greater than the creatures they had just defeated. But this battle had provided them with a grim confidence, a testament to their ability to survive and conquer even the most daunting challenges. The journey to Muspelheim was fraught with peril, but they had proven their worth, their resilience, and their determination to face any obstacle that stood in their path. The escape from the mountain had been a harrowing fight for survival, a brutal prelude to the greater conflict that lay ahead. Their mission was far from over. The fight against Loki and his insidious machinations had only just begun. The weight of the 9 realms rested on their shoulders, and they would carry that burden with unwavering resolve. The road ahead would be long, but they would walk it together, a shield maiden and a berserker, bound by a common purpose and fueled by a shared thirst for justice. The fiery forges of Muspelheim awaited, and they would meet the challenge with unshakable courage and the unwavering conviction that they would prevail, a new ally as they moved deeper into the shadowed valleys, the chilling wind whispering through the skeletal branches of ancient pines. A new sound cut through the aftermath of battle, a woman's voice, clear and strong as a ringing bell, yet carrying a resonance of ancient power. It seemed to emanate from the very heart of the mountain itself, a mystical counterpoint to the brutal reality of their recent struggle. Sigrun and the berserker exchanged a wary glance, their senses heightened, weapons held ready. The voice led them to a hidden cleft in the rock face, concealed by a curtain of shimmering ice crystals. Within, nestled amidst a collection of oddly glowing fungi and strange moss-covered stones, sat an elderly woman, her face etched with the wisdom of centuries, her eyes twinkling with an uncanny light. She was cloaked in a robe woven from the darkest midnight blue, adorned with intricate silver embroidery depicting scenes from Norse mythology, battles between gods and giants, the weaving of the Norns, the very fabric of creation and destruction. Her silver hair, long and unbound, cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. Her hands, gnarled but surprisingly strong, rested on a staff crafted from a branch of what looked to be a petrified Yggdrasil, its bark pulsing with a faint inner light. Around her, the air hummed with a low, almost imperceptible energy, a palpable aura of magic that both intrigued and intimidated Sigrun. The berserker, usually so stoic, seemed momentarily unsettled by the woman's presence, his usual aggressive posture softening slightly. He remained vigilant, his hand never leaving the haft of his massive axe, but the tension in his muscles eased, replaced by a cautious curiosity. "You have fought valiantly." The woman's voice resonated, less a sound than a feeling, a deep understanding that transcended the simple act of hearing. Loki's creatures are but shadows, puppets in a greater game. Sigrun, never one to waste words, simply nodded, her gaze never leaving the mysterious woman. She sheathed her axe, the familiar weight grounding her in the midst of this surreal encounter. The woman's words, though cryptic, resonated with a truth that Sigrun intuitively felt. She knew that their battle on the mountain slopes had been merely a prelude to a larger, more sinister conflict. The woman smiled, a knowing expression that suggested she understood Sigrun's unspoken thoughts. I am called Astrid, and I have watched your journey, your strength, your determination, the unwavering fire in your eyes. These things are not to be underestimated. We seek Muspelheim, Sigrun stated, her tone firm. We need to forge a weapon powerful enough to stand against Loki. Astrid nodded, a hint of sadness clouding her usually bright eyes. Muspelheim, the path is perilous. Loki's web is far more intricate than you realize. His reach extends beyond mere monsters. He manipulates events, weaves illusions, subtly guiding the fate of realms. Astrid spoke of Loki's machinations, her words revealing layers of deceit and treachery that had escaped Sigrun's notice. She revealed how Loki was not merely content with creating monsters and wreaking havoc. He was manipulating the very fabric of the realms, subtly shifting the balance of power to hasten the arrival of Ragnarok. She spoke of alliances forged in shadows, of prophecies twisted to serve his own dark purposes, of ancient magic used for nefarious ends. She revealed hidden truths about the dwarves, hinting at a deeper betrayal lurking within their seemingly loyal hearts. The information she offered shattered Sigrun's previous understanding of Loki's plans, revealing a depth of malice that chilled her to the bone. Astrid detailed how Loki's plan reached far beyond simply causing chaos. He aimed to destabilize the 9 realms, to weaken the Aesir and Vanir, preparing the way for his final triumph during Ragnarok, when he planned to seize supreme power. It was a grand, terrifying scheme, one that threatened the very existence of the realms and all its inhabitants. She also spoke about the Berserker's connection to Fenrir. His rage is not merely primal instinct, she said, her voice hushed and reverent. It's a fragment of the wolf's power, a borrowed strength, a dangerous gift. Astrid then revealed a startling truth. The Berserker was not simply a warrior, but a conduit for Fenrir's power, a potential weapon of immense destruction, yet potentially unstable and unpredictable. He was a wild card, capable of immense destruction, yet prone to bursts of uncontrollable fury. Astrid then shared ancient prophecies, fragments of runes discovered in forgotten texts, which hinted at a way to counter Loki's plans. These prophecies, however, were cryptic, woven in riddles and symbols, requiring wisdom and intuition to decipher. They spoke of hidden allies, powerful artifacts, and forgotten rituals, all necessary to combat Loki's growing influence. she revealed the location of a hidden shrine, a place where a powerful artifact could be found, an artifact capable of countering Loki's magic. It was a dangerous place, guarded by creatures, both real and illusionary, a place where the boundaries between worlds blurred, where even the strongest could be lost. Astrid explained the importance of timing, how their actions needed to be precise and perfectly synchronized with the celestial movements to maximize their impact. She emphasized the necessity of teamwork, that Sigrun and the Berserker's abilities needed to be combined with others to accomplish their goals. This was not a battle they could win alone. Their success depended on their ability to find other allies, those who shared their commitment to preventing Ragnarok. Throughout her revelations, Astrid watched Sigrun and the Berserker intently, testing their reactions, assessing their resilience, and gauging their ability to handle the weight of knowledge she was imparting. She sought not merely to provide information, but to choose allies worthy of the cause. After hours of sharing secrets and unveiling prophecies, Astrid finally offered her assistance. She wouldn't directly fight alongside them. Her power was of a different sort, more subtle, more focused on guidance and support. She would provide them with enchantments, enhancing their weapons and armor, offering protection against Loki's magic. She would also act as a guide, using her knowledge of ancient paths and hidden passages to navigate the treacherous journey to Muspelheim. She would interpret the cryptic prophecies, offering valuable insights into the strategic moves they needed to make to undermine Loki's plans. As the first rays of dawn painted the icy landscape with hues of pink and gold, Astrid revealed her parting gift. She presented Sigrun with a small, intricately carved wooden amulet, its surface covered in runes that shimmered faintly with an inner light. "This will guide you," she said, her voice laced with a hint of melancholy, "and protect you from the worst of Loki's illusions. But beware, child. Trust few, for treachery lurks in the shadows, even amongst those who seem your friends." With a final nod, Astrid vanished as silently as she had appeared, leaving Sigrun and the Berserker alone in the mystical cavern, armed with newfound knowledge, a powerful new ally, and a destiny that hung heavy on their shoulders. The journey to Muspelheim was still long and fraught with danger, but with Astrid's aid, they faced it with renewed hope and a strategic advantage they desperately needed. The path to Muspelheim felt less like a desperate race and more like a carefully planned campaign. The battle for the 9 realms had officially begun. Journey to Muspelheim. The path to Muspelheim, Astrid had warned, was not a straightforward one. It wasn't merely a matter of traversing a distance. It was a journey through the very fabric of reality, a passage fraught with illusions, deceptive paths, and creatures born of nightmare. Their first challenge came in the form of a vast, desolate plain, stretching as far as the eye could see, under a sky perpetually choked with ash and smoke. This was the borderland, the twilight zone between Midgard and the fiery realm. The air itself crackled with an unnatural energy, a tangible heat that scorched their skin even through their thick furs. Strange, wind-sculpted rock formations resembled petrified giants, their skeletal forms looming against the bleak horizon. As they journeyed across the plain, they encountered creatures unlike any Sigrun had ever seen. These were not the trolls or draugr of the frozen north. These were beings forged from the very essence of fire and shadow, creatures of pure chaos. Wraiths of smoke and flame flitted through the air, their whispers carrying promises of oblivion and madness. Lesser demons, their forms barely solidified, stalked them from the shadows, their eyes burning with infernal light. Sigrun and the Berserker fought with grim determination, their weapons singing a deadly song against the unearthly horrors. The Berserker's axe, imbued with Fenrir's power, cleaved through the smoke creatures with terrifying efficiency, leaving trails of crackling embers in its wake. Sigrun's axe, enhanced by Astrid's enchantments, moved with a speed and precision that belied her youth, each blow a precise and deadly strike. Their teamwork was crucial. The Berserker's raw, untamed strength was balanced by Sigrun's tactical prowess and unwavering focus. They learned to anticipate each other's moves, to cover each other's flanks, to become a single, terrifying fighting unit. The amulet Astrid had given Sigrun pulsed with a faint warmth, warding off the worst of the illusions and guiding them through the most treacherous parts of the path. It seemed to react to the magical energies surrounding them, flickering brightly when they approached danger and dimming when they were safe. The plain eventually gave way to a landscape of jagged, volcanic peaks, their summits perpetually shrouded in clouds of smoke and ash. Rivers of molten rock flowed down their slopes, creating a landscape of fiery destruction. Here, they encountered fire giants, hulking behemoths, whose very presence seemed to warp the air around them. These giants, unlike the more cunning Jotun of the frost giants, were creatures of pure, brute force, their intellect limited but their strength almost overwhelming. The battles were brutal, close quarters affairs, each swing of a weapon capable of ending a life. The berserker, fueled by his connection to Fenrir, seemed almost immune to the heat, his rage serving as a shield against the flames. Sigrun, however, had to rely on her skill and agility, dodging the giant's fiery blows and finding openings in their massive frames. One particularly harrowing encounter involved a fire giant chieftain, a monstrous being twice the size of the others, whose skin glowed with an infernal red light. He wielded a massive club crafted from the solidified lava of a nearby volcano, each blow capable of shattering rock and bone. The fight was long and grueling, a test of both their endurance and their skill. The berserker, in a fit of uncontrollable rage, nearly succumbed to Fenrir's power, his eyes glowing red as he unleashed a torrent of blows upon the chieftain. Sigrun, recognizing the danger, fought to protect him, holding off the other fire giants, while the berserker unleashed his full fury. Ultimately, through a combination of strategy and sheer strength, they managed to defeat the chieftain. Beyond the mountains, they found themselves in a vast, desolate wasteland, a landscape scarred by ancient battles and littered with the remains of long-dead creatures. Here, they faced a different kind of challenge, one that tested their resolve and their trust in each other. Loki, they learned, had woven his illusions deep into the very landscape, creating mirages and deceptive paths designed to lead them astray. The amulet provided some protection, but it was not foolproof. There were moments when they felt utterly lost, when the reality around them shifted and changed without warning. Sigrun's sharp eyes and keen mind were essential to navigate through the deceptive landscape. During this time, the berserker's connection to Fenrir became even more pronounced. The wolf's rage seemed to ebb and flow, at times completely dominating the berserker, and other times fading, revealing glimpses of a man trapped within a savage beast. Sigrun learned to recognize the signs of his transformations, learning when to fight alongside him and when to provide him with support, helping him regain control over the power he possessed. They were no longer simply companions. They were becoming a symbiotic unit. The final stage of their journey brought them to the gates of Muspelheim itself. These were not merely gates of stone and metal. They were shimmering portals, constantly shifting and reforming, their surfaces etched with swirling flames and arcane runes. As they approached, they faced the guards of Muspelheim, demonic beings of immense power, their bodies formed from pure fire and brimstone, their eyes burning with an unholy light. This final battle before entering Muspelheim would test the limits of their physical and mental strength. The air itself felt hot, pressure mounting as they neared the gates, where the air crackled and sparked. It was more than a challenge. It was a gauntlet of destruction, a trial that would leave its mark on them all. The fight was visceral, brutal, and relentless. Every blow a battle for survival. They fought not just for their lives, but for their hope of preventing Ragnarok. Only by successfully navigating this final obstacle could they hope to reach Muspelheim and forge the weapon they desperately needed. As they faced the fiery sentinels, their courage and resolve were tested against a power far exceeding anything they had previously encountered. The very air shimmered with infernal energies, threatening to consume them entirely. This trial would reveal whether they could endure the fire and forge their destiny as protectors of the realms, guardians of fire. The air shimmered with an infernal heat. The very ground beneath their feet seeming to melt and reform in a chaotic dance of molten rock. Before them stood the guardians of Muspelheim's fiery forges, not merely fire giants, but beings of pure, incandescent fury, their forms flickering like flames caught in a whirlwind. These were no lumbering brutes. These were warriors, honed by the ceaseless fires of Muspelheim, their movements fluid and deadly, their attacks precise and unrelenting. The first to charge was a creature of horrifying beauty, a being composed entirely of living flames, its form shifting constantly, yet always retaining a vaguely humanoid shape. Its skin was a swirling vortex of orange and crimson, its eyes twin embers that burned with an unholy light. It wielded a sword of pure energy, a blade that crackled with the power of 1,000 suns, each swing leaving trails of searing heat in its wake. The berserker, ever the first to meet force with force, met it head-on, his axe singing a death knell as it met the fiery blade. Sparks rained down like molten stars as the two titans clashed, their blows shaking the very earth beneath their feet. Sigrun, ever vigilant, saw an opening. The fiery warrior, in its arrogance, had momentarily overextended itself, leaving its flank exposed. She moved with the speed of a striking serpent, her enchanted axe flashing in the infernal light, landing a blow that cleaved through the creature's fiery flesh. The being screamed, a sound like the grinding of tectonic plates, its form flickering violently as it recoiled from the blow. But it was not destroyed. The fire creature simply reformed, its wounds closing in a matter of moments. Its rage intensified, and its attacks became more ferocious. Another guardian emerged from the swirling mists of heat, a colossal being of hardened lava, its skin a dull obsidian black, scarred with lines of molten gold. This giant was slow, but its power was devastating. Each blow from its massive warhammer sent tremors through the ground, shattering rocks and sending shock waves of heat radiating outwards. The berserker, exhausted from his earlier encounter, struggled to withstand the behemoth's brutal attacks, relying on his raw strength and endurance to deflect the blows. Sigrun, seeing the strain on her companion, launched a tactical assault. She utilized the terrain, using jagged rocks and volcanic fissures as cover, launching precise strikes that targeted the giant's exposed joints and vulnerable points. Their battle was a dance of fire and steel, a brutal ballet of destruction where every movement was a gamble. Sigrun's agility and the berserker's raw power proved to be a potent combination, but the fire giant's relentless attacks and seemingly endless stamina were a serious challenge. The air grew heavy with the scent of sulfur and burning flesh, the cacophony of clashing steel and roaring giants deafening. Sigrun could feel the heat searing her skin, her breath growing ragged, her muscles screaming in protest. The amulet around her neck pulsed with an intense warmth, providing a measure of protection, but it could not negate the intense power of these hellish creatures. As they fought, Sigrun began to understand the true nature of these guardians. They were not mindless beasts. They were warriors, proud and fierce, defending their home with a terrifying determination. They fought with a tactical awareness, coordinating their attacks and exploiting any weakness they saw. They were the embodiment of Muspelheim itself, living fire made flesh. One of the fire giants unleashed a torrent of molten rock, a fiery cascade that threatened to engulf them both. The berserker, fueled by a primal rage, roared and charged forward, his axe cleaving through the burning torrent, creating a temporary path for Sigrun to escape. She used the moment to survey the situation and devised a daring plan. She had noticed that while the guardians were powerful, they seemed vulnerable to specific attacks that disrupted their infernal energies. With renewed determination, Sigrun focused her attention on disrupting the mystical energies that bound these fire giants together. She used her knowledge of runes and channeling Astrid's enchantments. She focused her attacks on specific points on their bodies, causing their fiery forms to flicker and destabilize. Each successful strike weakened them, disrupting their coordinated attacks and creating openings for the berserker to exploit. The battle raged on, the air thick with smoke and heat. The ground trembled with each blow. The screams of the fire giants echoing through the landscape. Sigrun and the berserker fought with unwavering determination, their teamwork becoming increasingly seamless, their skills honed by the crucible of battle. They danced around the fire giants, their movements fluid and precise, a symphony of death. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the last of the guardians fell. The air cleared slightly, the infernal heat lessened, and a path opened up towards the heart of Muspelheim. They had faced the guardians of Muspelheim's fires, and they had survived. Their victory was hard won, a testament to their courage, their skill, and their unwavering bond. But their journey was far from over. The forges of Muspelheim awaited, and the task ahead remained daunting. The weapon they sought was a key to preventing Ragnarok, and its creation was but the next step in their perilous quest. Exhausted but triumphant, they prepared to enter the fiery heart of Muspelheim, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The smell of burning flesh and brimstone clung to them, a testament to the battle, yet they felt a surge of power, a new resolve. They had survived the fire, and now the forging began. The forges of Surtur. The air grew even more oppressive as they ventured deeper into Muspelheim, the infernal heat intensifying until it felt as though their very skin was beginning to melt. The landscape shifted, transforming from jagged volcanic peaks into vast caverns pulsating with an inner, fiery light. Rivers of molten gold snaked across the floor, their surfaces shimmering like 1,000 suns. The ground itself seemed to breathe, the earth groaning and shifting under their feet, a constant reminder of the immense power that throbbed beneath the surface. Before them, rising from the heart of the fiery landscape, stood the forges of Surtur. They were not simply structures. They were colossal monuments to fire, mountains of black rock, sculpted by eons of volcanic activity, etched with swirling patterns of molten metal that seemed to rise and shift like living things. From their peaks, plumes of smoke and flame erupted, painting the sky in hues of orange, crimson, and infernal gold. The air vibrated with the rhythmic clang of hammers, the roar of bellows, and the crackle of intense heat. Approaching the forges, Sigrun and the berserker were met not with fire giants, but with a scene of almost feverish industry. Dwarves, their skin black and their beards braided with glowing embers, toiled tirelessly amidst the fiery chaos. They moved with a precision born of centuries of experience, their movements fluid and purposeful despite the extreme conditions. They wielded hammers the size of small trees, shaping and molding the glowing metals with a skill that bordered on the supernatural. Their faces, grim and determined, were lit by the incandescent glow of the forges, revealing the strain and concentration etched upon their features. The air buzzed with magical energy, a palpable sense of creation and destruction interwoven. The very ground hummed beneath their feet, a symphony of heat and metal resonating with the tireless work of the dwarves. Sigrun felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a recognition of the potent forces at play. This was no mere forge. It was a nexus of power where the raw energy of Muspelheim was harnessed and channeled into weapons of unimaginable might. Amongst the dwarves, Sigrun recognized figures she'd only seen in fragmented visions. The smiths who had crafted the cursed weapon that had decimated her clan. Their faces, though obscured by soot and sweat, held a chilling familiarity, a silent acknowledgement of their shared history. They paid her no mind, their focus entirely absorbed by their work. Their concentration bordered on obsession. They were lost in the creation, oblivious to the presence of the outsiders. This unnerving focus was a testament to the importance of their task. The berserker, his senses heightened by his primal nature, felt a surge of unease. The air throbbed with a malevolent energy, a dark undercurrent that pulsed beneath the surface of the intense heat and creative energy. He sensed a corruption, a taint in the very heart of the forges, a subtle discord in the otherwise harmonious rhythm of the dwarven labor. This was not just the creation of weapons. It felt like something far more sinister was underway. As they moved closer to the central forge, the largest and most intense of all, they witnessed a sight that chilled them to the bone. In the heart of the fire, amidst a swirling vortex of molten metal, a weapon was taking shape. It was a blade of obsidian darkness, etched with runes that pulsed with a malevolent energy. The metal itself seemed to writhe and twist, as though possessed by some malevolent spirit. It was the very weapon that had shattered her clan, a weapon that exuded an aura of death and destruction. Sigrun felt a surge of rage, a burning hatred that threatened to consume her. She could feel the echoes of her fallen kin, their anguish and despair resonating within the very core of the weapon. She wanted to destroy it, to obliterate it from existence, to cleanse Muspelheim of its dark influence. But reason prevailed. This was not the time for uncontrolled fury. Her focus had to remain on achieving her goal of thwarting Ragnarok. She had to understand the weapon's power, its origins and weaknesses, before she could even contemplate destroying it. The berserker, sensing her turmoil, placed a calming hand on her shoulder. His strength and silent support helped to quell the rising tide of her emotions. He understood her pain. He, too, had suffered losses at the hands of this weapon, although his memories of those events were fragmented and distorted by the mists of his past. They observed the dwarf's work for a time, their movements a blur of intense concentration, their tools a symphony of fire and metal. They studied the weapon's construction, its design, and the runes that adorned it, seeking clues that might reveal its true nature and power. They had to find a way to counteract the weapon's dark influence, to somehow turn its power against those who sought to use it for evil. The task was daunting, but they were determined to succeed. As they watched, a dwarf, older than the rest, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of centuries, separated himself from the others. He approached them, his eyes glowing with an uncanny intensity. He spoke in a language ancient and guttural, words that echoed through the caverns, carrying the weight of forgotten ages. It was a language beyond time itself, a language Sigrun felt resonated deeply within her own Norse soul. The dwarf revealed that the weapon was indeed cursed, forged using a mixture of mundane metal and a heartbreaking ingredient, the very essence of fallen gods. It contained the anguish and hatred of countless souls, twisted and channeled into a vessel of unparalleled destructive power. But he also revealed a hidden weakness. The weapon, despite its immense power, was vulnerable to a specific type of enchantment, a counter rune that could neutralize its malevolent energies. He revealed the secrets of this counter rune, a series of intricate symbols that needed to be inscribed on a specific type of ice, brought from the icy plains of Niflheim, where the energies of fire and ice were balanced in an eternal and fragile equilibrium. This information was a beacon of hope in the heart of Muspelheim's inferno. Sigrun and the berserker knew their journey was far from over. They had to now venture to Niflheim, a journey even more treacherous than the one to Muspelheim, to obtain the ice needed to forge the counter rune and neutralize the cursed weapon. The battle for the fate of the realms was far from won. But now, armed with this crucial knowledge, they had a chance to fight back. They prepared for the next leg of their perilous quest, hearts filled with a newfound hope, their determination burning brighter than the fires of Muspelheim itself. The path ahead remained fraught with danger, but Sigrun and the Berserker were ready to face whatever challenges awaited them, for the fate of all the realms hung in the balance, unraveling the conspiracy. The dwarf's revelation, though a glimmer of hope, only deepened the mystery surrounding the cursed weapon. Its creation, fueled by the essence of fallen gods, pointed to a level of power and malice far beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled dwarven smiths. A suspicion, a chilling certainty, settled over Sigrun. Loki's hand was in this, the god of mischief, ever the puppeteer, pulling strings from the shadows, weaving chaos into the fabric of the realms. The Berserker, sensing her thoughts, nodded grimly. He too suspected Loki's involvement, fragments of memories, fleeting glimpses of shadowed figures, and whispered conspiracies flickered within his mind, reinforcing this growing suspicion. His connection to Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, gave him a unique perspective on the darker currents of the 9 realms, an awareness of the subtle shifts in power and influence that escaped the notice of most. Their next step, therefore, was not simply to acquire the Niflheim ice. They needed to find proof, irrefutable evidence, to solidify their suspicions and expose Loki's treachery. This meant delving deeper into the conspiracy, navigating the treacherous labyrinth of lies and deceit that the god of mischief had woven. Their search began amidst the towering stacks of discarded metal, remnants of countless weapons forged within Muspelheim's fiery heart. Amongst the slag and scrap, they discovered a hidden chamber, concealed behind a curtain of shimmering lava. Inside, they found scrolls, ancient and brittle, their surfaces covered in intricate runes that pulsed with faint magical energy. The scrolls detailed the weapon's creation, not in simple terms of materials and craftsmanship, but as a ritual, a dark sacrament performed under the watchful eyes of Loki himself. The texts spoke of sacrifices, of stolen divine essence, of forbidden magic twisted and weaponized to unleash unimaginable destruction upon the realms. The language was cryptic, filled with metaphors and symbolic representations. But the essence of Loki's involvement was unmistakable. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a key, a catalyst designed to trigger the events of Ragnarok. As they deciphered the runes, the chamber began to tremble. The very air crackled with an ominous energy, the ground vibrating beneath their feet. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a frost giant, its skin pale as winter snow, its eyes burning with glacial fire. It was a messenger, a herald of a greater power, its presence both intimidating and strangely familiar. The frost giant, though seemingly hostile, spoke not of threats, but of warnings. It revealed fragments of Loki's larger scheme, a web of deceit and manipulation that extended far beyond the cursed weapon. Loki, it seemed, was not merely seeking to destabilize the realms. He aimed to conquer them, to seize control and reshape the 9 realms in his own twisted image. The giant spoke of clandestine meetings, of alliances forged in the deepest shadows, of ancient prophecies twisted to serve Loki's ambition. It revealed the location of a hidden sanctuary, a place where Loki and his followers gathered, plotting their insidious machinations against the Aesir. The sanctuary was located within a hidden cavern beneath Jotunheimer, the land of the giants, a place shrouded in perpetual twilight and guarded by beings of immense power. With this new information, Sigrun and the Berserker knew they needed to tread carefully. Their journey was no longer just about revenge. It was about preventing the annihilation of the realms. The stakes were higher than ever before. Loki's plot was far-reaching, encompassing every aspect of the 9 realms. Leaving the fiery forges of Muspelheim, they journeyed to Vanaheim, the realm of the Vanir, seeking allies and further information. Here, they encountered Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, known for her wisdom and her uncanny ability to see through illusions. Freya, though initially hesitant to get involved, sensed the gravity of their mission. She provided them with a powerful amulet, an artifact capable of piercing through enchantments and illusions, a tool crucial for navigating the deceitful machinations of Loki. She recounted stories of Loki's past actions, detailing his history of treachery and deceit. She described his cunning and manipulative nature, highlighting the challenges they would face in confronting him. She warned them that Loki's influence extended far beyond his immediate followers, reaching into the very fabric of the realms. Their next stop was Alfheim, the realm of the Light Elves, known for their mastery of magic and illusion. Here, they sought out a renowned seer, an elf whose gift allowed him to perceive the future through visions. The seer, a frail-looking creature whose eyes held the wisdom of ages, confirmed their fears. He showed them visions of Ragnarok, a horrifying glimpse of the impending destruction of the realms, but also a vision of hope, a path towards victory if they could successfully thwart Loki's plans. The visions revealed cryptic symbols, ancient runes, intertwined with imagery of the cursed weapon, and a hidden location, a place of immense power where Loki was gathering his forces, a forgotten temple dedicated to an ancient, forgotten deity, a dark god whose influence predated even Odin. The temple was hidden somewhere in the heart of Midgard, in a place known only to those deeply versed in ancient lore. The seer's visions confirmed the depth of Loki's conspiracy, his meticulous planning, his far-reaching influence. This was not merely a plot for personal gain. It was a meticulously crafted plan to bring about the end of the world as they knew it. The scale of Loki's machinations was breathtaking, a testament to his cunning and his insatiable thirst for power. They realized they were fighting a force of immense magnitude, a force that threatened not just the 9 realms, but the very fabric of existence. Armed with this knowledge, Sigrun and the Berserker continued their journey, their determination burning brighter than the fires of Muspelheim. They knew that the path ahead was fraught with peril, that they faced a formidable enemy whose power and influence seemed limitless. But they also knew that they had to succeed. The fate of the realms, the destiny of all creation, rested on their shoulders. The final confrontation with Loki was inevitable. It was a battle they had to win. Their quest had transformed from a personal vendetta into a desperate race against time, a battle to save the very soul of existence itself. The weight of the 9 realms pressed upon them, a burden they carried with unwavering resolve. Their journey was far from over. The price of power. The Dwarf King's words echoed in Sigrun's mind, a chilling counterpoint to the roar of Muspelheim's forges. He had spoken of power, of a weapon capable of shattering mountains and sundering realms. But he had also spoken of a price far steeper than the loss of her clan, a price measured not in gold or blood, but in the very essence of her soul. The cursed weapon, forged in the heart of Muspelheim's fires, pulsed with a dark energy, a malevolent hum that resonated deep within her bones. It was a power that beckoned, that promised vengeance, but at what cost? The Berserker, his usually stoic face etched with concern, placed a hand on her shoulder. He understood the turmoil within her. He, too, had tasted the intoxicating allure of such power, the intoxicating rush of untamed strength, but he had also witnessed its corrosive effects, the way it twisted and warped the soul, leaving behind only emptiness and despair. The weapon, it's more than just a tool for revenge, he rumbled. his voice low and gravelly. It's a pact with darkness, a bargain that will claim your very being. Sigrun stared at the weapon, its obsidian surface reflecting the hellish glow of the surrounding fires. She had sought vengeance, a righteous fury that had consumed her since the massacre of her clan. But now, confronted with the true nature of the weapon, its chilling power, she found herself grappling with a new kind of conflict, a battle within her own soul. Was her desire for revenge worth sacrificing her very essence? Was the destruction of Loki's forces, or even Loki himself, truly worth such a terrible price? The question gnawed at her, a relentless worm eating away at her resolve. She had dedicated her life to this quest, training relentlessly, enduring hardship after hardship, all for the moment she could strike down those responsible for her people's death. Yet, the path to revenge, once clear and focused, was now shrouded in a moral ambiguity, a fog of uncertainty that threatened to overwhelm her. The weight of her decision pressed down upon her, the weight of not only her own fate, but also the fate of the 9 realms. For the weapon was not just a tool of vengeance, it was a weapon capable of unimaginable destruction, capable of tipping the balance of the realms into a chaotic oblivion. If she wielded it, she could potentially unleash a wave of destruction far greater than the one she had suffered. She could become the very thing she sought to destroy. This realization threw her into a turmoil of doubt and self-examination. She had always been a warrior, driven by a righteous sense of justice and a burning desire for retribution. But now she faced a dilemma that transcended the simple equation of good versus evil. The weapon offered her the ultimate tool for revenge, the chance to make Loki pay for his crimes, but at the cost of her own morality, her very soul. The berserker, sensing her internal conflict, spoke again. You don't have to do this, Sigrun. There are other paths to justice, other ways to fight Loki. His words offered a glimmer of hope, a way out of the moral quagmire she had found herself trapped in. But the idea of abandoning her quest, of forsaking her oath to avenge her clan, felt like a betrayal. It felt like admitting defeat, acknowledging that she was incapable of fulfilling her duty. She looked back at the weapon, the dark, gleaming surface, reflecting her conflicted face. It pulsed with energy, a tempting siren's call, whispering promises of power and retribution. But beneath the surface, she sensed a darker presence, a malevolent entity waiting to consume her. The dilemma extended beyond the weapon itself. It touched upon the very nature of power and its corrupting influence. The path of vengeance, once a clear and righteous path, was now a labyrinth of moral ambiguities. She had always believed in justice, in the right to fight for those who could not fight for themselves. But now she was questioning whether her actions would lead to true justice or simply perpetuate a cycle of violence and destruction. Days turned into weeks as Sigrun grappled with her decision. She sought counsel from others, from the wise Freya, from the enigmatic seer of Alfheim. Each offered their wisdom, their perspectives, but none could provide a definitive answer. The choice was hers, alone to make. It was a burden of immense weight, the weight of the 9 realms balanced precariously upon her shoulders. The decision was a test of her character, a trial of her soul. She had always considered herself a strong warrior, a woman who was unafraid to face any challenge. But this was a different kind of challenge. This was a conflict not against physical foes, but against her own inner demons, against the temptations of immense power, and against the moral ambiguities of revenge. In the end, Sigrun realized that the true price of power was not just the physical cost, but the cost to one's own soul. It was the erosion of morality, the sacrifice of compassion and empathy, the gradual transformation into something monstrous. The weapon offered power, but it also offered damnation. The journey to Muspelheim, once a quest for vengeance, had transformed into a profound exploration of morality and the limits of human endurance. The fires of Muspelheim, once symbols of destruction, now reflected the internal fire of her struggle, a struggle between duty, desire, and the consequences of wielding unimaginable power. The true battle was not against Loki, but against the insidious corruption that such power promised. And this battle, she knew, would determine not only her fate, but the fate of the 9 realms. The choice she would make would echo across the ages. The weight of that decision, more than anything else she had faced on her journey, pressed upon her like the weight of the world. Her path, however, remained uncertain. Her journey had only just begun. The cost of power was a burden she would bear, alone, for some time to come. The path to redemption or damnation lay ahead. Locust deception. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a tangible hum that vibrated in Sigrun's very bones. Before her stood Loki, not the monstrous figure of myth, but a surprisingly handsome man, with eyes that shimmered with an unsettling intelligence. His smile was charming, almost disarming, yet it held a chilling undercurrent of malice. He was not chained, not bound, but seemingly at ease, a master puppeteer in his own elaborate theater of chaos. The setting was as unsettling as the man himself, a cavernous space lit by flickering, ethereal flames that cast dancing shadows across the obsidian walls. Runes, ancient and powerful, pulsed with a faint light, forming intricate patterns that seemed to shift and writhe before her eyes. You have come a long way, shield maiden, Loki purred, his voice a silken whisper that somehow managed to penetrate the cacophony of the infernal realm. Seeking vengeance, are you? A noble pursuit, truly. But perhaps you haven't considered the full scope of your actions. Perhaps you haven't considered the consequences of wielding such power. He gestured languidly towards the weapon, now resting on a pedestal of black, polished bone. It pulsed with a malevolent energy, a heartbeat of destruction. Sigrun felt a surge of apprehension, a tremor of doubt that momentarily threatened to shatter her resolve. I know what you are, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. A trickster god, a liar, a manipulator. You orchestrated the fall of my clan. Loki laughed, a sound that echoed through the cavern like the grinding of tectonic plates. Oh, my dear Sigrun, he said, his tone laced with an almost playful condescension. To accuse me so directly is charmingly naive. I merely nudged the events. I merely provided the opportunity. The true architect of your clan's demise, well, that is a far more complex story. And with that, the cavern dissolved, not with a bang, but with a subtle shift in reality. Sigrun found herself standing in a different place entirely, a sun-drenched meadow, filled with the sounds of laughter and the aroma of freshly baked bread. She saw her clan, alive and vibrant, celebrating a harvest festival. The scene was idyllic, almost too perfect, a stark contrast to the hellish landscape she had just left. But then, the scene began to shift, subtle changes unfolding like a slowly unfolding tapestry of deceit. A whispered conversation here, a carefully placed object there. Loki, ever present but unseen, orchestrated the events with a deft touch, his influence like a poison seeping into the very fabric of their lives. Sigrun watched, horrified, as seemingly innocuous events triggered a chain reaction, leading to the inevitable tragedy. She saw the seeds of conflict sown, the alliances fractured, and the betrayals enacted. It was not a straightforward act of malice, but a carefully crafted symphony of manipulation. The vision shifted again to a meeting between Loki and a shadowy figure, a being whose identity remained obscured, but whose influence radiated darkness and cold ambition. Loki spoke of the weapon, of its power to shatter the balance of the realms, of the chaos that would follow. The shadowy figure agreed, their motives unclear, but their shared ambition palpable. Ragnarok, Loki whispered in the vision, his voice barely audible, but laden with a chilling anticipation. It is not an event to be feared, but an opportunity to be embraced, a chance to reshape the 9 realms in my image. The flashback ended, and Sigrun found herself back in the obsidian cavern, the weapon's malevolent hum, a constant reminder of the terrible power it held. Loki watched her, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "You see, my dear Sigrun," he said, his voice dripping with a condescending sweetness, "revenge is a dish best served cold, and it is a dish I have been meticulously preparing for centuries. Your clan's destruction was merely a necessary ingredient." He continued, weaving a tale of deception and intrigue, a web spun with such intricate skill that it was difficult to disentangle truth from falsehood. He spoke of prophecies twisted to serve his own ends, of alliances forged and broken, of gods manipulated and pawns sacrificed. He painted a picture of Ragnarok not as a preordained cataclysm, but as a carefully orchestrated masterpiece of chaos, a canvas upon which he would paint his own twisted vision of the future. He revealed the role of other gods, some unwitting players in his game, others willingly complicit. He spoke of Freya, her grief and desperation manipulated to serve his ends, of Odin, his wisdom clouded by a desperate gamble, of Thor's impulsive nature, a tool readily used to sow further discord. Loki didn't merely manipulate individuals, he manipulated their very emotions, their desires, their fears. He revealed how he used his charisma, his wit, and his inherent understanding of human psychology to weave his web of deception. Through a series of flashbacks, Sigrun witnessed his schemes in various realms. She saw him whispering poisonous words into the ear of a jealous king, inciting war and bloodshed. She witnessed him deceiving a wise seer, twisting prophecies to fuel his grand design. She saw how easily he could charm and manipulate even the most powerful beings, using their strengths against them, turning their virtues into weaknesses. He revealed how the weapon was not merely a tool of destruction, but a catalyst, an ignition point for Ragnarok. Its power, he explained, was not simply physical, it resonated with the very fabric of reality, capable of tearing apart the delicate balance between the 9 realms. It's not about brute force, Sigrun, he sneered. It's about understanding the threads, the delicate connections that bind this world together. And then, with a deft tug here and a subtle twist there, I will unravel it all. Sigrun was left reeling, her initial righteous anger now tempered by a dawning understanding of the depth of Loki's treachery. His deception was not merely about personal gain or petty revenge. It was about the very nature of power and control. It was about rewriting the fate of the 9 realms, crafting a new reality in his own malevolent image. He wasn't simply a villain. He was an artist of chaos, a puppeteer controlling the destinies of gods and mortals alike. The weight of this revelation pressed down upon her, heavier than the weapon itself. The fight ahead was not just a battle against a malicious god, but against the insidious nature of deception, the subtle manipulations that could unravel even the strongest wills. She had underestimated Loki, underestimating the true extent of his cunning, his patience, his mastery of the dark arts. His web was vast, intricate, and woven with an almost terrifying artistry. And she, Sigrun, the shield maiden, seeking vengeance, was but a single thread in his elaborate, terrifying game. The question now was not just how to defeat him, but whether it was even possible to unravel the tangled web he had so meticulously spun. The path forward, once clear, was now obscured by the shadows of Loki's deceit. The true battle for the fate of the 9 realms had only just begun. The betrayal. The obsidian cavern shimmered, the runes on the walls pulsing with a sinister rhythm. Loki, still radiating an unsettling charm, gestured towards a shadowed alcove. From it emerged a figure, cloaked and hooded, their face obscured by the darkness. It was Brunhilde, Sigrun's closest companion, her shield sister, the woman who had sworn an oath of loyalty and shared the bitter sting of their clan's destruction. Sigrun felt a cold dread seep into her bones, a betrayal so profound it threatened to shatter her very being. The air grew heavy, thick with unspoken accusations and the bitter taste of broken trust. Brunhilde's usually bright eyes, now veiled in shadow, held a chilling emptiness that mirrored the cavern's infernal depths. Sigrun. Brunhilde's voice was a low rasp, devoid of the warmth and camaraderie Sigrun had always known. You have been a fool. You've chased a phantom, a vengeful delusion fueled by the whispers of the dead. The words cut deeper than any blade. Sigrun's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence that followed Brunhilde's confession. The pain of loss, the weight of responsibility, and now the sting of betrayal, all combined to create a tempest within her. Yet, through the turmoil, a fierce resolve hardened her gaze. Loki chuckled, a low, guttural sound that echoed the cavern's bleakness. Indeed, my dear Sigrun, your unwavering loyalty is admirable, but misplaced. Brunhilde has seen the truth, the grand design. She understands that revenge, in its purest form, is a futile pursuit. True power lies not in retribution, but in shaping the future. Brunhilde stepped forward, her cloak swirling around her like a shroud. She revealed a small, intricately carved amulet, a symbol of allegiance to Loki, a dark rune pulsating faintly on its surface. The amulet was a mirror, reflecting Sigrun's own naivete, her blind faith in a world that was far more treacherous than she had ever imagined. Loki promised me power, Brunhilde said, her voice devoid of emotion. Power to avenge our clan in a way that your reckless pursuit never could. He promised to help me reshape the 9 realms, to create a new order where the weak are no longer crushed under the heel of the strong. Sigrun felt a wave of nausea wash over her, the betrayal hitting her with the force of a physical blow. Brunhilde's words, poisoned with Loki's insidious influence, were a cruel twist of the knife. The idea of her closest ally, her confidant, embracing the very enemy she sought to destroy, was a wound that cut deep, far deeper than any physical injury. He lied to you, as he has lied to us all, Sigrun managed, her voice strained but firm. Her anger, though intense, was tempered by a profound sense of loss and betrayal. This wasn't just a battle against a powerful enemy anymore. It was a conflict that stretched into the very heart of her trust, the foundation upon which she had built her quest. Perhaps, Brunhilde replied, her tone betraying none of the emotion Sigrun expected. Or perhaps you are the one blinded by your own grief. You cling to outdated notions of honor and vengeance, while the world around you crumbles. Loki offers a chance to rebuild, to shape a future free from the limitations of the past. Join us, Sigrun. Together, we can rewrite the fate of the 9 realms. The proposition hung in the air, a venomous offering, the temptation to give up the solitary path of vengeance, to escape the crushing weight of her grief, was almost overwhelming. Yet, the memory of her fallen clan, the whispers of their souls, fueled her burning resolve. She would not succumb to despair. would not be swayed by Loki's promises of power. Loki's laughter echoed through the cavern as Sigrun drew her sword. It was not merely a weapon, it was a symbol of her unwavering spirit, a testament to her unyielding determination. The battle ahead would be far more difficult, far more complex than she had ever imagined. But with Brunhilde's betrayal, she knew she must fight not only for her own vengeance, but for the very soul of the 9 realms. The web of deception was far more intricate than she could have ever conceived, and every thread pulled threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. The fight that followed was not a clash of steel and sorcery, but a brutal dance of deception and counter-deception. Brunhilde, fueled by Loki's dark magic, fought with a ferocity Sigrun had never witnessed. Each blow was laced with the venom of betrayal, a painful reminder of the trust that had been shattered. Sigrun fought with a desperate energy, fueled by grief, anger, and a desperate determination to survive. Loki, observing the duel from the shadows, seemed to revel in the chaos. His presence, though unseen, was a tangible force, a chilling undercurrent that amplified the intensity of the fight. The clash of steel echoed through the cavern, a symphony of hatred and betrayal. After a prolonged and brutal duel, Sigrun managed to disarm Brunhilde, her body shaking with exhaustion and the profound emotional toll of the fight. Brunhilde, weakened but defiant, met Sigrun's gaze with an unsettling calmness. "You cannot win, Sigrun," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Loki's plan is inevitable. Ragnarok is coming, and nothing can stop it." Sigrun lowered her sword, her heart heavy with grief and a profound sense of loss. The victory felt hollow. She had defeated Brunhilde, but the true battle against Loki's insidious web of deception was far from over. The betrayal had left a scar on her soul, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the depths of human treachery. The weight of her quest felt heavier than ever, the path forward shrouded in uncertainty and the constant threat of hidden enemies. The obsidian cavern remained silent, the only sound the faint whisper of Loki's laughter echoing in the shadows. The path to Muspelheim, once a clear course of vengeance, now seemed an endless labyrinth of deceit, where the enemy lurked not only in the open, but within the very heart of those she had trusted most. The journey ahead promised to be far more perilous, far more fraught with betrayal than anything she had anticipated. Sigrun knew with a chilling certainty that the true battle for the 9 realms had only just begun. The fate of the realms and perhaps her very soul, hung precariously in the balance. The weight of the world and the crushing weight of her sorrow pressed down on her, heavier than any armor, heavier than any weapon, yet she stood firm, her gaze fixed on the horizon, a shield maiden determined to fight until the very end. The echoes of Brunhilde's words, a chilling testament to Loki's manipulation, served only to strengthen her resolve. She would not be broken, she would not surrender, and she would find a way to unravel Loki's web of deceit, no matter the cost. Confrontation in the Shadowlands. The Shadowlands pressed in on Sigrun, a suffocating embrace of obsidian and shadow. The air itself felt heavy, laden with the scent of decay and the whispers of forgotten souls. Brunhilde stood before her, not the shield sister Sigrun knew, but a twisted reflection, her eyes burning with a cold fire fueled by Loki's dark magic. The amulet, a serpent coiled around a rune of deceit, pulsed faintly against her chest, a constant reminder of the betrayal that had ripped through Sigrun's heart. The clash of steel began not with a roar, but a sigh. It was a mournful sound, the lament of a broken bond, a testament to the agonizing loss of friendship. Brunhilde's movements were precise, deadly, each strike infused with the bitterness of betrayal. Her sword sang a dark song, a melody of hate and despair, echoing the desolation of the Shadowlands. Sigrun parried, her own blade flash of defiance against the encroaching darkness. She moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned warrior, but her heart ached with a pain far deeper than any physical wound. The battle raged, a brutal dance of steel and shadow. The air crackled with the energy of their clash, a terrifying symphony of steel on steel, punctuated by the occasional shriek of pain. They fought not just with swords, but with the ghosts of their past, with the weight of their shared loss, and the crushing burden of betrayal. Each parry, each thrust was a silent scream, a desperate attempt to reclaim the broken trust, to mend the fractured bond that lay shattered between them. The echoes of their battle resonated through the desolate cavern, a testament to their fallen friendship and the fierce hatred now consuming them. Sigrun felt the sting of Brunhilde's blade, a searing pain that momentarily blinded her, but even as blood flowed, a furious energy coursed through her veins. It wasn't merely the physical pain that drove her, but the searing agony of betrayal, the agonizing knowledge that her closest ally had become her enemy. This was not simply a fight for survival. It was a battle for the very soul of the Nine Realms, a struggle against the insidious web of deceit that Loki had spun. Brunhilde fought with a horrifying efficiency, her movements fluid and deadly, each strike precise and deliberate. She was no longer the playful, quick-witted shield maiden Sigrun had known. Loki's influence had twisted her, warped her, transforming her into a weapon of destruction. Sigrun saw flashes of the woman she once knew in Brunhilde's eyes, glimpses of the bond they had shared. But these glimpses were fleeting, quickly extinguished by the cold fire of Loki's dark magic. The battle raged, each strike a desperate attempt to reclaim a shred of the past, to reconnect with the woman who had once stood by her side. Sigrun's movements were fueled by grief, anger, and a desperate hope of redemption. She hoped, against all logic, that somewhere beneath the surface, Brunhilde still existed, a flicker of the friend she had known. But with every blow, that hope dwindled, replaced by a chilling acceptance of the reality of the situation. The cavern seemed to writhe around them, the shadows deepening, the oppressive atmosphere intensifying. It was as if the very Shadowlands were taking sides, feeding Brunhilde's dark magic, bolstering her strength, while simultaneously draining Sigrun's resolve. The air grew thick with the scent of blood and despair, the echoes of their clash, a desperate symphony of pain and hatred. Sigrun felt the weight of the world pressing down upon her. She felt the agony of loss, the sharp sting of betrayal, and the crushing weight of responsibility. Yet, amidst the despair, a flicker of defiance burned within her, a tenacious ember refusing to be extinguished. She would not yield. She would not surrender. She would fight for her clan, for the memory of her fallen comrades, and for the very soul of the 9 realms. The fight continued, a brutal dance of death and deception. Sigrun's body screamed in protest, but her spirit remained unbroken. She fought with the fury of a cornered wolf, her blade a whirlwind of motion against Brunhilde's deadly precision. She felt the cold touch of death many times, but the memory of her fallen kin kept her fighting, kept her pushing onward against the overwhelming odds. Suddenly, a moment of weakness appeared in Brunhilde's defense, a fraction of a second where her guard faltered, a tiny crack in the seemingly impenetrable armor of Loki's dark magic. Sigrun seized the opportunity, her blade flashing out, disarming her betrayer with a swift, decisive move. Brunhilde stumbled, her sword clattering to the cold obsidian floor. The battle was not over, but the turning point had been reached. Brunhilde, her face pale and drawn, looked at Sigrun with a haunted expression. The cold fire in her eyes had dimmed, leaving behind a hollow emptiness. The battle had drained her, not just physically, but spiritually. The veneer of Loki's influence had begun to crack, revealing glimpses of the woman Sigrun once knew. "It's not too late," Sigrun said, her voice hoarse, but filled with genuine concern. "Loki has deceived you. He manipulates all he encounters, twisting their pain and grief into weapons of his own desire. There is still good within you." Brunhilde remained silent for a moment, her eyes searching Sigrun's face, searching for an answer that neither woman could possibly know. Then, slowly, a single tear traced a path down her cheek. It was a tear of remorse, a tear of regret, and a tear of awakening. The spell was breaking. The grip of Loki's deception was loosening. The victory over Brunhilde was not a triumphant celebration, but a somber moment of profound loss. Sigrun had defeated her betrayer, but the wound remained, a deep scar etched into the fabric of their shared history. The path ahead remained fraught with peril, the Shadowlands still echoing with the whispers of Loki's deception. The obsidian cavern remained silent, the air thick with the lingering scent of blood and despair. Sigrun stood over Brunhilde, her sword resting on the ground, the weight of her victory pressing down on her like a physical burden. She had won the battle, but the war against Loki's intricate web of deceit had only just begun. The journey to Muspelheim, once a path of simple vengeance, now stretched before her like an endless labyrinth of betrayal, a perilous journey where the true enemy lurked not only in the darkness, but within the very heart of those she had once trusted. The fate of the 9 realms and her own destiny hung precariously in the balance. The shadows deepened, the silence broken only by the faint whisper of the wind, a chilling reminder of the forces that still opposed her, and the long road ahead that must be walked. The power of choice. The chilling silence of the obsidian cavern pressed upon Sigrun, a weight heavier than any physical burden. She had won the battle, but the victory felt hollow, a Pyrrhic triumph bought with the price of a broken friendship. Brunhilde lay unconscious, the serpent amulet still clinging to her chest, a tangible symbol of Loki's insidious manipulation. Sigrun knelt beside her, the cold of the stone seeping into her own weary bones. The rage that had fueled her fight had subsided, leaving behind a desolate landscape of grief and uncertainty. The amulet, a twisted mockery of a sacred symbol, pulsed faintly against Brunhilde's chest, a constant reminder of the treachery that had fractured their bond. Sigrun reached out, a hesitant hand hovering over the cold metal. Should she remove it, destroy it, or leave it a constant reminder of the dark magic that had nearly consumed her friend? The decision felt monumental, a tiny action with far-reaching consequences. Each option echoed with potential ramifications that rippled through the very fabric of the 9 realms. To remove the amulet might sever Brunhilde's connection to Loki, but could it also sever the last threads of her friend's soul? To leave it meant to risk Brunhilde's further corruption, to allow Loki's influence to fester and spread. The weight of her choice pressed down on Sigrun, heavier than any armor she had ever worn. This was not a battle of brute strength, but a war of morality, a conflict waged within the confines of her own conscience. It was a battle for the soul of her friend, a desperate struggle to reclaim Brunhilde from the clutches of Loki's deception. The lines between justice and vengeance blurred. The path of retribution, a treacherous maze devoid of clear answers. Sigrun's internal conflict was a tempest of conflicting emotions, the thirst for vengeance, the burning desire to punish those who had wronged her clan, clawed at her. Yet, the image of Brunhilde, her friend, her sister in arms, contorted by dark magic, gnawed at her heart. How could she reconcile the need for retribution with the hope of redemption? How could she balance the demands of justice with the desire for forgiveness? She recalled the words of Odin, his cryptic pronouncements whispered on the wind, imbued with the wisdom of ages. He had spoken of the intricate balance of the 9 realms, the delicate equilibrium that could be shattered by even the smallest act of imbalance. He had warned her about the seductive whispers of revenge, the intoxicating allure of vengeance that could lead to the destruction of everything she held dear. But the memory of her fallen clan, their faces etched in her mind, their blood staining the earth, fueled her anger anew. Could she truly forgive Brunhilde? Could she allow Loki's machinations to go unpunished? The question gnawed at her, a relentless worm eating away at her resolve. The loss of her clan was a chasm in her heart, a wound that refused to heal. The fate of the realms rested not just on her strength as a warrior, but on the moral fortitude she could summon. This was a battle not just against Loki and his dark magic, but against the seductive whisper of revenge that threatened to consume her entirely. To yield to the raw need for revenge was to risk transforming into the very monster she fought against. Sigrun remembered her encounter with the dwarf king, his wisdom etched onto his weathered face. He had spoken of the burden of responsibility, of the weight of choice and consequence. He had alluded to the insidious nature of revenge, warning her against its corrosive power. His words, once dismissed as the ramblings of an old man, now resonated with a profound truth. Revenge, she realized, was a poison that could infect the soul, twisting it into a grotesque parody of justice. The decision loomed before her, a precipice with a terrifying drop into an abyss of either utter despair or unforeseen redemption. To remove the amulet might be an act of mercy, a chance to save Brunhilde's soul, but could it also allow Loki to escape accountability? To leave the amulet meant accepting the risk of further corruption, of allowing Loki to wield Brunhilde as a pawn in his larger game. The shadows danced in the corners of the obsidian cavern, mimicking the turmoil within Sigrun's heart. She knew she could not simply follow her instincts. She needed to analyze, to consider, to choose carefully. Each possible outcome carried a different burden, a different set of consequences that would ripple through time. A choice had to be made, a choice that could determine the fate of the 9 realms. Sigrun closed her eyes, summoning the strength she needed to make this difficult decision. She felt the weight of the world on her shoulders, the silent pleas of her fallen kin echoing in her heart. The choice was hers, and hers alone. This would be the moment she defined her true character. Whether she would be consumed by vengeance or rise above it, this would be the moment she revealed the depth of her strength, not just as a warrior, but as a leader, as a woman capable of difficult choices for the betterment of all, the choice that would shape not only her destiny, but the very fate of the 9 realms. The silence stretched, broken only by the rhythmic pulse of the amulet, a dark metronome marking the time until her decision. Would she succumb to the call of vengeance, sacrificing potential redemption for the fleeting satisfaction of retribution? Or would she choose a path of moral complexity, a path that demanded she confront her own internal demons and embrace the difficult road of redemption? The answer, she knew, would determine the outcome of this war and shape the fate of the 9 realms for generations to come. The future hung precariously in the balance, waiting on her difficult choice. She had to make it, even though the weight felt like the crushing weight of the worlds upon her shoulders. A new path. The obsidian chill of the cavern seemed to mirror the icy grip of indecision that held Sigrun captive. The amulet throbbed against Brunhilde's chest, a malevolent heartbeat in the suffocating silence. Finally, with a deep breath that seemed to draw the very essence of the cavern into her lungs, Sigrun made her choice. She did not remove the amulet. It wasn't a decision born of weakness, but of a dawning understanding, a recognition that simple revenge was a shallow well, offering only fleeting satisfaction before leaving one parched and empty. The dwarf king's words echoed in her mind, the subtle warnings of the insidious nature of revenge, its corrosive power to consume the soul. She had seen the monstrous transformation of others consumed by their thirst for retribution, their humanity twisted and broken. She would not become one of them. Leaving the amulet in place was a gamble, a terrifying risk. It meant leaving Brunhilde vulnerable to Loki's influence, a dangerous game with potentially devastating consequences. But it also meant preserving a chance, however slim, for her friend's redemption. It was a path of hope, however faint, in the face of overwhelming darkness. It was a choice to fight for Brunhilde's soul, not simply to punish Loki. This decision, however, did not mean abandoning her quest for justice. It simply meant redefining it. It was a shift in perspective, a broadening of her focus from the narrow path of vengeance to a wider, more complex path that encompassed the fate of the 9 realms. Sigrun's vengeance wouldn't be directed at Brunhild, but at the puppet master pulling her strings. This was a war against Loki, a war that demanded strategy and cunning as much as brute strength. With a newfound clarity, Sigrun examined the situation. Her initial plan, a straightforward assault on Loki, was too simplistic, too naive. Loki was a god of deception, a master manipulator who thrived in chaos and confusion. To confront him directly would be to walk into his trap. She needed a different approach, one that utilized her strengths while exploiting Loki's weaknesses. The clues were there, scattered throughout her journey. The runic visions from Odin, the cryptic warnings from the Dwarf King, even the elusive Berserker linked to Fenrir, all pointed towards a more intricate path. It was a path that required her to navigate the complexities of the 9 realms, to forge unexpected alliances, and to outwit Loki at his own game. Her first step was to seek out more information. She knew that Loki's influence extended far beyond Brunhilde. He had his fingers in countless pies, pulling strings from the shadows, manipulating events to his own advantage. Unraveling his web of deceit would be a monumental task, but it was a task she was now prepared to undertake. This wasn't just about avenging her clan. It was about safeguarding the balance of the 9 realms, preventing the looming Ragnarok. Her journey led her through the whispering forests of Midgard, where the ancient trees seemed to hold their breath in anticipation of the coming apocalypse. She sought out the aid of the elves, creatures known for their cunning and mastery of magic. It was not easy. They were a fickle people, wary of outsiders, especially those who carried the weight of vengeance. But Sigrun, with her newfound wisdom, approached them not as a warrior seeking retribution, but as a leader seeking collaboration. She presented her cause not as a personal vendetta, but as a fight for the survival of the realms, a cause that resonated with the elves' innate sense of order. Through careful negotiation and strategic alliances, Sigrun secured the elves' support. They provided her with invaluable information about Loki's activities, revealing hidden connections and subtle manipulations that would have otherwise gone unnoticed. The elves also revealed secrets about powerful artifacts, ancient relics imbued with immense power that could be used against Loki. Next, she traveled to Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, seeking the aid of the reluctant dwarf king. She did not approach him with demands, but with respect and understanding. She recognized the dwarves' inherent distrust of the surface world, their deep-seated desire for isolation and self-preservation. She made them understand that their survival, too, was intertwined with the fate of the 9 realms. Their craftsmanship and knowledge of ancient runes, she explained, were crucial to the fight against Loki. The dwarves, persuaded by her sincerity and her display of wisdom, finally agreed to help. They crafted for her a suit of armor imbued with protective runes, capable of withstanding even the most potent of dark magic. They also revealed ancient prophecies that provided cryptic insights into Loki's plans. The information they provided unlocked a new level of strategic depth in Sigrun's quest. This wasn't just about revenge. It was a multifaceted, strategic undertaking requiring alliances and detailed information. As Sigrun prepared for her final confrontation with Loki, she was a changed woman. She was no longer the naive shield maiden, driven by a thirst for revenge. She had grown, transformed, and evolved into a wise leader, a strategic thinker, capable of seeing the bigger picture. Her journey had taken her far from her initial goal, but it had brought her to a place of profound understanding. The path of revenge, she now understood, was a dead end, a path that led only to destruction and despair. The true path, the path towards a just and balanced world, was one of redemption, of understanding, and of strategic action. It was a path that demanded courage, wisdom, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. And it was a path that Sigrun, with her newfound strength and resolve, was more than ready to walk. The final confrontation with Loki was not a simple battle of brute force, but a clash of wits, a war waged on multiple levels. Sigrun, armed with her newfound knowledge and the support of her allies, was ready. She had faced her inner demons, conquered her thirst for vengeance, and emerged stronger, wiser, and more determined than ever. The fate of the 9 realms, she knew, rested not only on her strength as a warrior, but on her ability to navigate the intricate web of deceit spun by Loki. Her transformed sense of purpose would be her sharpest weapon. The final battle for the realms awaited. The stage was set, gathering the forces. The wind howled a mournful dirge across the desolate plains of Midgard, carrying with it the scent of ash and the chilling whisper of impending doom. Ragnarok's shadow stretched long and dark, threatening to engulf the 9 realms in its icy embrace. Sigrun, however, stood defiant, her gaze fixed on the horizon, a steely glint in her eyes. The path to confronting Loki wasn't a solitary one. It demanded a united front, a gathering of forces unlike any the realms had ever witnessed. Her first destination was Alfheim, the realm of the light elves. Reaching their shimmering city, nestled amidst crystalline rivers and towering trees of pure silver, was no easy feat. The elves, known for their capricious nature and distrust of outsiders, initially resisted her pleas for aid. They had witnessed the slow decay of the Aesir, the creeping tendrils of chaos reaching even into their idyllic realm, but they were hesitant to commit to a war against a god, especially one as cunning and powerful as Loki. Sigrun, however, was not one to be deterred. She presented her case with unwavering resolve, not as a plea for help, but as a proposal for mutual survival. She spoke of Loki's insidious influence, the subtle manipulations that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of the 9 realms. She emphasized that the elves, with their potent magic and knowledge of ancient lore, were essential to the fight. She reminded them of their own heritage, of their deep connection to the land, and the devastation that would befall them if the darkness consumed all. She didn't speak of vengeance, but of preservation, the preservation of their home, their people, and their very existence. Her words resonated with the elf queen, Titania, a woman of wisdom and grace, whose eyes held the ancient starlight of Alfheim. Titania, seeing the sincerity in Sigrun's heart and the gravity of the situation, agreed to assist. She pledged the support of her most skilled warriors and mages, promising their unique brand of magic, both subtle and devastating. They offered enchanted weaponry capable of piercing Loki's defenses and created intricate wards to protect against his insidious enchantments. Next, Sigrun journeyed to Svartalfheim, the dark and brooding realm of the dwarves. The dwarves, masters of craftsmanship and ancient runes, were a notoriously independent people, deeply distrustful of the surface world. Their king, Brokkr, a grizzled veteran of countless battles, was initially reluctant to get involved. He valued security above all else, and the prospect of war filled him with apprehension. Sigrun's approach was different here. She didn't try to persuade him with grand pronouncements or emotional appeals. Instead, she presented a logical argument. She detailed Loki's plans, laying out the potential consequences if he succeeded in unraveling the fabric of existence. She explained how the dwarves' skills were vital to the fight, emphasizing their ability to create weapons and armor capable of withstanding even the most powerful of enchantments. She appealed to their sense of self-preservation, their pride in their craftsmanship, and their inherent loyalty to their home, Svartalfheim. Brokkr, a pragmatic leader, eventually agreed. He understood the danger Loki posed, not only to the other realms, but to Svartalfheim itself. He commanded his finest smiths to forge weapons and armor of unparalleled strength, imbued with runes of protection and power. He provided Sigrun with a magnificent shield, crafted from the heart of a dying star, capable of deflecting even the most potent spells. His contribution was more than just tools of war. It was a testament to the dwarves' unwavering faith in Sigrun's leadership and the importance of the fight ahead. Beyond the realms of light and shadow, she sought alliances among the Vanir, the gods of fertility and nature. Their support was crucial, for their magic was intertwined with the life force of the 9 realms themselves. Though cautious, they saw the looming threat to all creation and saw in Sigrun the hope of the realms. They offered their blessings and promised aid in the form of potent healing balms and potent potions, able to restore strength and vitality in the midst of battle. Their offerings were subtle, yet powerful, a testament to their connection with the very fabric of life itself. Gathering these diverse forces was a monumental task, requiring not only military prowess, but also diplomatic skill and strategic thinking. Sigrun demonstrated her leadership not only through her strength as a warrior, but through her ability to unite disparate groups under a common banner. She brought together beings of light and shadow, of earth and sky, all bound by a common purpose: to defend the 9 realms from the impending doom of Ragnarok. The gathering of these allies took time, and each interaction was a delicate dance of negotiations, compromises, and the forging of new alliances. Sigrun utilized her insights, her understanding of Norse lore, and the unique cultures of each realm. She played to their strengths and motivations, offering something of value in return for their assistance. It was a strategic masterpiece, a testament to her burgeoning abilities as a leader. The unified army that emerged was a testament to her diplomacy and strength. It was a diverse, potent force, ready to confront Loki and his legions. The final preparation was to secure the support of the Valkyries, the divine warriors who chose the fallen from the battlefields of Midgard. They were fiercely independent, bound by their oaths to Odin, but were reluctant to engage in a conflict that could shatter the balance of the cosmos. But Sigrun's conviction, her dedication to justice, and her ability to inspire even those powerful Valkyries was irresistible. Sigrun, with her heartfelt appeal, emphasized that the fate of the 9 realms hung in the balance, and that the survival of all, including the Valkyries, depended on the outcome of the upcoming battle. It wasn't just about revenge. It was about the survival of all realms and the preservation of a just balance. Her words resonated with the Valkyries, and they pledged their aid, promising to fight with unmatched skill and ferocity. Their power and loyalty, a significant advantage in the oncoming battle. With her forces assembled, Sigrun stood on the precipice of a great conflict. The armies she commanded stood ready to face the forces of darkness. Her heart beat with determination and resolve. She was no longer just a shield maiden seeking revenge. She was the leader of a rebellion, the champion of the 9 realms, a beacon of hope in the encroaching shadow of Ragnarok. The dawn of Ragnarok was upon them, and the fate of the worlds rested upon her shoulders. The battle for survival was about to begin. The battle for Asgard. The first clash echoed across the Bifrost, a shattering tremor that shook the very foundations of Asgard. Loki's army, a grotesque amalgamation of frost giants, fire demons, and monstrous creatures, birthed from the deepest recesses of hell, surged forward like a tide of shadow. Their advance was a cacophony of roars, screams, and the clang of weapons against enchanted shields. Leading the charge was Loki himself, his laughter a chilling counterpoint to the screams of the dying. His form shimmered, a mockery of divine power, his eyes burning with malevolent glee. Sigrun, atop Sleipnir, Odin's eight-legged steed, watched the onslaught with grim determination. Her shield, a gift from Broker, shimmered with the light of a dying star, deflecting blows that would have shattered lesser defenses. Beside her rode the mysterious berserker, his eyes blazing with a primal fury, a whirlwind of destruction in the heart of the battle. His presence was an enigma, a force of nature unleashed upon the battlefield. His every swing of his massive axe cleaving through ranks of enemies. The battle was a maelstrom of magic and steel. The light elves, with their shimmering blades and ethereal spells, weaved through the enemy ranks, their attacks precise and deadly, their magic, a symphony of light and sound, illuminated the battlefield, momentarily pushing back the encroaching darkness. The dwarves, steadfast and resolute, formed an impenetrable wall, their enchanted weapons spitting fire and lightning. Their strength was unwavering, their resolve unshaken, standing firm against the relentless onslaught. The Vanir, their magic entwined with the very life force of the 9 realms, healed the wounded, restoring strength and vitality to the weary warriors. Their touch was a whisper of life amidst the carnage, a beacon of hope in the face of despair. The Valkyries, graceful yet deadly, descended from the heavens, their wings carving trails of light through the chaos. Their spears, tipped with the magic of Odin, pierced through the thickest ranks of the enemy, reaping a terrible harvest. Their presence was both a blessing and a curse, a promise of glory for the fallen and a harbinger of death for the wicked. They fought with an unmatched ferocity, their battle cries echoing across the ravaged landscape. Their movements were balletic, precise and powerful, an elegant dance of death amongst the carnage. But Loki's forces were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. From the heart of the battlefield rose monstrous creatures, their forms shifting and changing, defying all logic and reason. Jotun, their bodies colossal, smashed through the ranks of the defenders, their blows shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Fire giants, their skin ablaze, spat streams of molten rock, incinerating everything in their path. Their power was immense, their onslaught unrelenting as they tore through ranks of warriors. The ground itself seemed to writhe and twist under the weight of their assault, and the very air crackled with raw, chaotic energy. The battle raged for what felt like an eternity. The sky wept blood, the earth groaned under the weight of death, and the air itself reeked of sulfur and despair. Sigrun, though exhausted, fought with the unwavering spirit of a Valkyrie, her shield never faltering, her blade never tiring. She was a beacon of hope in the face of despair, a symbol of defiance against the encroaching darkness. She moved with a fluidity born from years of training, her every move a calculated response to the chaos unfolding around her. The berserker, a whirlwind of destruction, carved a path of carnage through Loki's army. His attacks were brutal, savage, and utterly unstoppable. He seemed fueled by an endless rage. His movements were driven by raw instinct and unrestrained power. His axe left a trail of severed limbs and shattered armor. His fury, a terrifying force in the heart of the battle. His presence was as mysterious as it was powerful, leaving many of the combatants wondering about his origins and purpose. He fought without restraint or hesitation. As the battle reached its climax, Sigrun found herself face to face with Loki. He stood before her, radiating an aura of malevolent power, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, mocking her efforts and taunting her with the impending destruction of the 9 realms. "You fight bravely, little shield maiden," he sneered, his voice a venomous whisper. "But even your valiant efforts cannot stop the inevitable." "The inevitable," Sigrun countered, her voice ringing with defiant strength. "The inevitable is that you will fall, and with you, your reign of terror." Their clash was a collision of titans, a battle of wills and raw power. Magic clashed with steel, divine power with mortal strength. Sigrun fought with a ferocity fueled by her deep sense of purpose, a desire to avenge her clan and preserve the realm she loved. Her strikes were precise and powerful, each move calculated and precise. Born from years of training, she displayed an unwavering determination, her stance unyielding. Loki countered with cunning and deceit, his magic twisting and shifting, constantly changing the flow of battle. He summoned shadowy creatures, conjured illusions, and unleashed waves of pure chaos. He twisted reality, creating illusions that disoriented and confused his opponents. He deflected attacks with seeming ease, his movements swift and evasive, his laughter ringing with mocking amusement. The battle raged, a chaotic whirlwind of magic and steel, the fate of the 9 realms hanging in the balance. Sigrun, drawing upon every ounce of her strength and skill, fought with a desperate ferocity, defending against the relentless attacks The ground shook beneath them as if the very world itself was fighting along with them. The clash of powers caused fissures to open in the ground, and the air burned with the intensity of their confrontation. Suddenly, the berserker intervened, charging into the fray with a roar that shattered the illusionary defenses Loki had erected. His attack was a brutal display of raw power, a force of nature that tore through Loki's defenses. The berserker was a force to be reckoned with, his attacks brutal and swift, leaving Loki momentarily disoriented and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Sigrun unleashed a devastating blow, her enchanted blade piercing Loki's defenses and striking his heart. Loki cried out, a scream of pure rage and agony, and then disappeared, his form dissolving into shadows and smoke. The monstrous army, deprived of their leader's command, began to crumble, their ranks collapsing as quickly as they had risen. The victory was hard won, a testament to the courage and determination of Sigrun and her allies. The battle for Asgard had been won, but at a great cost. The landscape was ravaged, scarred by the clash of titans, but the victory had come at a price. Many brave warriors had fallen, and many more were wounded. But Asgard was spared from total devastation. The shadow of Ragnarok still loomed, but for now, a fragile peace had been restored. The long road to recovery lay ahead, but for now, there was victory. The dawn of Ragnarok had been met, and the 9 realms had survived. The weapon's power, the weapon forged in the heart of Muspelheim's fiery forges, pulsed with a low hum, a barely perceptible vibration that resonated deep within Sigrun's very bones. It was more than just a sword. It was a conduit, a channel for raw, untamed power. Its hilt carved from the petrified heartwood of Yggdrasil, its blade forged from the tears of a dying star. Brokkr, the dwarven smith who had crafted it, had warned her of its capricious nature, its potential to consume its wielder as readily as it vanquished foes. But Sigrun, hardened by loss and fueled by vengeance, felt no fear, only a burning resolve. The battle had shifted. Though Loki's initial assault had been brutal, his forces, now leaderless, were beginning to falter. Yet, the fight was far from over. Giants still clawed at the Asgardian defenses, their roars echoing across the ravaged battlefield. Fire demons, their bodies crackling with infernal energy, continued their relentless advance, their fiery breath scorching the earth. The air itself crackled with the raw power of chaos, a palpable tension that hung heavy in the air. Sigrun, astride Sleipnir, surveyed the carnage. The berserker, his form a blur of motion, continued his relentless assault, a whirlwind of destruction in the heart of the fighting. His axe, a fearsome weapon in its own right, cleaved through the enemy ranks with terrifying efficiency. But even his immense power was not enough to stem the tide of darkness entirely. It was then that Sigrun raised the legendary weapon. The light from the dying star within the blade intensified, radiating outwards, casting a stark, ethereal glow upon the battlefield. As she held it aloft, a surge of energy coursed through her, filling her with a power beyond her own. It was not simply strength, it was a feeling of absolute dominion, a connection to the very essence of creation and destruction. The weapon thrummed, a palpable pulse of energy emanating from its core. It felt alive in her hands, a living extension of her will. Her first strike was a demonstration, a single, precise movement, a controlled release of the weapon's inherent power, a searing beam of light born from the dying star within the blade, shot forth, slicing through the ranks of fire demons with devastating effect. The air crackled with energy as the beam incinerated everything in its path, leaving only a trail of ash and smoke in its wake. The sheer force of the blow sent shock waves rippling through the ranks, halting their advance and sowing seeds of doubt in the hearts of the remaining combatants. The weapon's power was not merely destructive. It was also imbued with a strange, arcane magic. With each swing, Sigrun felt a shift in the battlefield's dynamics. She could sense the flow of energy, the ebb and flow of the conflict, and could channel that power, guiding the weapon's destructive force with a precision that was almost unnerving. She no longer fought. She conducted the battle, directing the flow of power, using the weapon as a baton to orchestrate the conflict. She targeted key positions, dismantling the enemy's formations. A swift, precise strike brought down a colossal frost giant, the weapon's energy splitting the creature in two with a sound like thunder. Another strike cleaved through the ranks of shadowy creatures summoned by Loki's remaining sorcerers, dissipating their dark magic with a blinding flash of light. She could even feel the weapon's power resonate within the earth itself, strengthening the defenses of Asgard's remaining warriors. The ground beneath her feet felt solid and unyielding, as though reinforced by the weapon's essence. However, the weapon's power came at a cost. With each strike, Sigrun felt a drain on her own energy, a weariness that seeped into her bones. The weapon's inherent energy while empowering, was also demanding, requiring a formidable will and an unwavering focus to control. She could feel the weight of the weapon increasing, the burden of its immense power pressing down on her, a constant reminder of the price of wielding such devastating force. Her face contorted in concentration, sweat beading on her brow, despite the freezing winds that whipped across the battlefield. The weapon's energy was a wild beast, a torrent of power that threatened to consume her if she lost her focus for even a moment. Yet, Sigrun held firm, her determination unwavering, her resolve hardened by the memory of her fallen clan. Each strike was a testament to her courage, a manifestation of her unwavering spirit. As the battle raged, Sigrun observed the weapon's effects on not just the enemies, but also on her allies, the dwarves, fighting with renewed vigor, seemed emboldened by the weapon's power, their blows landing with increased force and precision. The elves, their magic amplified by the weapon's energy, weaved intricate spells that disrupted the enemy's formations, sowing confusion and disarray among their ranks. Even the Valkyries seemed to move with a newfound grace and power, their attacks more lethal and efficient. The berserker, seemingly unaffected by the weapon's energy, continued his relentless assault, his raw power complemented by the weapon's strategic advantage. The weapon was not only a force of destruction, but also a symbol of hope. As Sigrun wielded it, the Asgardian spirits were bolstered, their resolve strengthened. The tide of battle turned decisively. The once relentless advance of Loki's forces crumbling before the overwhelming power of the legendary weapon and the unwavering courage of Sigrun and her allies. The final confrontation with Loki's most powerful lieutenant, a monstrous being of shadow and ice, tested Sigrun's limits. The creature, a being of immense power, matched the weapon's energy with its own dark magic, creating a vortex of swirling energy and destructive power. The battlefield trembled beneath the intensity of their clash, the very air crackling with raw magic. Sigrun, drawing upon the last of her strength and willpower, channeled all the weapon's power into a single, final blow. The result was cataclysmic. A wave of pure energy erupted from the clash, a blinding light that momentarily banished the darkness from the battlefield. When the light subsided, the monstrous creature lay shattered, its remains dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind only a lingering scent of ozone and a profound silence. Exhausted but triumphant, Sigrun lowered the weapon. The battle was won, but the victory was bittersweet. The cost of wielding such immense power had taken its toll. She was drained, her body aching, her spirit weary. Yet, looking at the battered but surviving warriors of Asgard, she knew that her sacrifice, the expenditure of her strength, and the weapon's power had been worth it. The dawn of Ragnarok had been met, and Asgard, for now, had survived. The path to true peace lay ahead. But the battle for the 9 realms had taken a decisive turn. The legacy of the weapon, its immense power, and the strategic brilliance with which Sigrun had wielded it would be remembered in the annals of Asgard for generations to come. Sacrifice and redemption. The aftermath of the climactic battle was a scene of devastation and quiet triumph. Asgard, once a shining beacon, now bore the scars of a brutal conflict. Buildings lay in ruins, their once imposing structures now reduced to smoldering rubble. The air hung heavy with the stench of smoke and the lingering scent of ozone, a stark reminder of the cataclysmic power unleashed. Yet, amidst the destruction, a sense of cautious optimism prevailed. Loki's forces, decimated by Sigrun's strategic brilliance and the weapon's devastating power, were in retreat. The tide of Ragnarok had, for now, been turned, but the victory came at a steep price. Sigrun, leaning heavily on Sleipnir's mane, felt the echoes of the battle reverberate through her very being. The weapon, the conduit of the dying star's power, had drained her, leaving her weak and trembling. The energy that had surged through her, empowering her beyond her wildest dreams, was now a hollow ache, a painful emptiness that gnawed at her strength. Her body ached, every muscle screaming in protest. Her vision swam, blurring the already chaotic landscape into a hazy, indistinct mess. The berserker, his usually relentless energy subdued, stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the retreating shadows of Loki's army. He offered her a hand, his touch surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to his usual ferocity. She accepted his aid, allowing him to help her dismount. The weight of the weapon, once a source of terrifying power, now felt unbearably heavy, a physical manifestation of the toll it had taken. As she leaned against the berserker, she noticed something else, a faint, ethereal glow emanated from his body, a subtle luminescence that pulsed with a rhythm that echoed the weapon's dying hum. A silent connection. She had felt it before, this inexplicable bond between them, a resonance of ancient power that transcended the physical realm. He too had paid a price for the battle, his own inner strength waning visibly. "We won," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the wind's mournful sigh. He nodded, his expression grim. But at what cost? His words were a low rumble, a profound statement that resonated with the weight of sacrifice. The cost was evident everywhere she looked. Fallen warriors, both Asgardian and enemy, littered the battlefield, a testament to the brutality of the conflict. Among them, she recognized several faces from her own clan, their expressions frozen in death. A wave of grief washed over her, a poignant reminder of the reason behind her relentless pursuit of vengeance. Her oath, her driving force, was now intertwined with a deep, profound sadness. Yet, amidst the grief, a spark of defiance remained, a flicker of hope amidst the ashes of destruction. She had avenged her clan, at least in part. The weapon, though draining, had been instrumental in their survival. The sheer determination of herself and her allies had proved to be a formidable force, capable of turning the tide of Ragnarok itself. She looked towards the surviving warriors, their faces marked by exhaustion and loss. They were gathering around a small pyre, chanting ancient hymns as they prepared a ritual funeral for the fallen. Their voices blended with the wind's mournful song, creating a symphony of grief and remembrance. The scene moved Sigrun deeply. The unwavering loyalty of her allies reaffirmed her belief in the power of unity and shared purpose. The dwarves, their faces grim but resolute, were tending to the wounded, their skill and dedication a beacon of hope in the desolate landscape. Broker approached her, his face etched with concern. The weapon, it draws heavily upon the wielder's life force, he said, his voice low. Its power is immense, but it demands a great price. Sigrun nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. She knew the price she had paid, and the greater sacrifice that lay ahead. A direct confrontation with Loki himself. This fight would require everything she had left, and more. The weapon, though potent, was not a limitless source. It had served its purpose, tilting the balance of power decisively in their favor. Yet, its continued use threatened to claim what little remained of her life force. She had to make a choice, to rely on her own strength, honed through years of training and tempered by unimaginable loss, or to continue relying on the weapon's potent but consuming power. The choice was as perilous as the weapon itself. To rest and attempt to recover would leave them vulnerable, while continuing to draw upon its life-draining power risked her own annihilation. And yet, there was another, perhaps greater sacrifice she had to consider. The berserker, sensing her internal struggle, stepped forward, He spoke not in words, but in a gesture, a silent communication that conveyed the depth of their connection. He held out his hand, palm upward, a silent offering of his own power. This was not merely a transfer of energy, but a sharing of the life force that bound their destinies. He was essentially offering his life to extend hers, granting her the vitality she needed to face Loki. Sigrun looked at him, her heart torn between gratitude and despair. His offer was a sacrifice of immense proportions, a testament to the profound bond they shared. It was a powerful expression of a bond forged in the heart of the battle, in the crucible of Ragnarok. To accept would mean condemning him, yet to refuse was to risk the fall of Asgard. This was the true meaning of sacrifice, not merely the expenditure of one's own life, but the willingness to lay down one's fate for the greater good. She met his gaze, her expression a mixture of determination and sorrow. She took his hand, not as a request for power, but as an acceptance of their shared fate. The flow of energy, a silent exchange of life force, began. His glow intensified, his body momentarily radiating a brilliant, ethereal light, while hers flickered with renewed vigor. The act was agonizing, yet necessary. He was giving her strength, his very essence weaving itself into hers. A profound act of selflessness. This was the true cost of the battle, a testament to the courage and sacrifice required to face Ragnarok. As the energy transferred, both felt the weight of their sacrifice, a silent acknowledgement of the cost of saving the 9 realms. She was ready. The final confrontation with Loki was inevitable, and it would be a clash not only of power, but of wills, of destinies, and of sacrifices made in the face of unimaginable odds. The dawn of Ragnarok was upon them, and the fate of the 9 realms hung precariously in the balance, resting upon the shoulders of a shield maiden and a berserker, their souls intertwined by sacrifice and a shared burden. The battle for the 9 realms had a new player in the field, a warrior fueled by the strength of 2, and a resolve forged in the fires of sacrifice and unwavering loyalty. Facing Loki, the air crackled with anticipation, a palpable tension hanging heavy between the ravaged landscape and the looming figure of Loki. He stood amidst the ruins of Asgard, a silhouette against the bruised dawn sky, his laughter echoing like the mocking cry of a raven. His usual charm was absent, replaced by a chilling, cold fury that mirrored the devastation surrounding them. He was surrounded by a dwindling band of frost giants and monstrous creatures, their forms twisted and scarred, reflecting the brutal battles they'd endured. Even from a distance, Sigrun could sense the raw power radiating from him, a dark, malevolent energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. Sigrun, her body still humming with the residual power shared with the berserker, advanced towards him, the weapon now resting inert at her side, felt strangely light, its awesome power seemingly depleted. She relied now on her own strength, the years of training, the countless battles fought, and the unwavering spirit forged in the crucible of loss and sacrifice. Beside her, the berserker stood, his ethereal glow now diminished, but his eyes burned with unwavering support. He was weakened, his very essence diminished, yet his resolve remained unyielding. Loki's gaze fell upon them, a cruel smile twisting his lips. So, the shield maiden and her companion, you dare face me after what you have wrought? His voice was a venomous hiss, laced with icy contempt. You have inflicted wounds upon my forces, disrupted my plans, but you cannot claim victory. This is but a prelude, a mere skirmish before the true war begins. The war is here, Loki, Sigrun retorted, her voice steady, unwavering. And it ends today. Her words were a defiant declaration, a testament to the courage that had driven her this far. She raised her shield, the ancient runes etched upon its surface glowing faintly, a silent testament to her ancestral connection to the gods. The duel began not with a roar, but with a silent clash of wills. Loki unleashed a flurry of dark magic, twisting the very air around them into grotesque shapes, conjuring bolts of raw energy that crackled with malevolent intent. Sigrun met each attack with practiced ease, her shield deflecting the blows with effortless grace. Her movements were a blur of controlled motion, a dance of death that reflected her years of training. The berserker, though weakened, provided a silent, unwavering support, a watchful presence that subtly shifted the balance of the conflict. His silent gestures served as an intuitive warning system, his awareness of Loki's intentions preventing many a fatal strike against Sigrun. Loki's attacks grew in intensity, his frustration mounting with each parry. He summoned spectral wolves, their eyes burning with icy fire, that lunged at Sigrun with terrifying speed. She met them with a whirling fury, her sword flashing, severing their spectral forms with brutal efficiency. She fought with a ferocity born of vengeance, fueled by the memories of her fallen clan. Her every movement imbued with a righteous anger that burned brighter than Loki's dark magic. The battle raged, a whirlwind of flashing steel and dark magic. The ground trembled under the force of their clash, the very air distorted by the sheer power they unleashed. Loki, despite his arrogance, was a formidable opponent. His mastery of illusion and deception made him a dangerous adversary, capable of creating unsettling distractions and illusions designed to disorient and confuse. Yet Sigrun, her senses sharpened by years of training, could see through his subterfuge. She moved with an intuitive understanding of his attacks, her responses as precise and swift as lightning strikes. As the duel wore on, both combatants began to show signs of exhaustion. Loki's movements grew less fluid, his spells less potent. The dark magic that fueled his attacks visibly waning. Sigrun too felt the strain, the weight of the battle pressing down upon her. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her muscles burning with exertion, yet her resolve remained unshaken. She had come too far, sacrificed too much to falter now. The fate of the 9 realms rested upon her shoulders, a burden she bore with unwavering courage. The berserker, sensing the turning of the tide, rallied himself with a silent surge of energy. He stepped forward, not to intervene directly, but to shift the focus, diverting a deadly attack from Loki, buying Sigrun the precious seconds she needed. It was a selfless act, a final expenditure of his dwindling strength. The act gave Sigrun a renewed strength, a burst of energy that fueled her final assault. With a desperate roar, Sigrun launched her final attack. She closed the distance between them, her sword flashing like a beacon of hope amidst the gathering darkness. Loki, caught off guard, barely managed to raise his defenses before the blow landed. The sound that followed was not a clang of metal against metal, but a sickening crunch of bone, the unmistakable sound of a critical blow. Loki staggered backward, his power visibly collapsing. His laughter died in his throat, replaced by a strangled gasp. His form flickered, his dark magic failing him as his strength ebbed away. His eyes, once filled with malevolent glee, were now filled with a sudden, chilling fear. He crumbled to his knees, his aura of power fading, leaving him a frail, defeated figure. The triumph was hard-earned, but decisive. The battle was over. The shadow of Loki's malevolent power was lifted, leaving a strange and uneasy silence. The surviving warriors gathered around Sigrun, their exhaustion replaced by awed respect. The dawn of Ragnarok had been met, and though the scars remained, the realms had been saved. But the true measure of the victory was not in the defeat of Loki, but in the courage, the sacrifice, and the unwavering spirit of one shield maiden and her unwavering ally. Their story would become legend, a testament to the enduring power of courage in the face of overwhelming odds. The fate of the 9 realms rested on the shoulders of those who dared to fight, and in this dawn of Ragnarok, Sigrun and her berserker stood tall. Their combined strength, their unwavering loyalty, and their profound sacrifice had turned the tide of a battle that threatened to extinguish the very light of the realms. The future was still uncertain, but for now, the 9 realms had been spared from oblivion, the aftermath of battle. The silence that followed Loki's defeat was heavier than the weight of the fallen frost giants and monstrous creatures that littered the battlefield. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a victorious dawn. It was the oppressive hush of a world holding its breath, unsure of what the future held. Asgard, once a gleaming citadel of power, was now a ruin, its once majestic halls reduced to smoldering rubble, its golden spires twisted and broken. The air hung thick with the stench of smoke and blood, a grim testament to the brutal battle that had ravaged the land. Even the sky seemed wounded, bruised purple and gray, mirroring the emotional landscape of the survivors. Sigrun, leaning heavily on her shield, gazed upon the devastation. The adrenaline that had fueled her fight was gone, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion that threatened to pull her under. Her armor, once pristine, was now marred with scorch marks and rents, a visual representation of the brutal conflict she had endured. She felt the weight of her victory, the responsibility it entailed, pressing down upon her like a physical burden. The berserker, his ethereal form flickering like a dying candle flame, stood beside her, his silent presence a stark contrast to the chaotic scene surrounding them. His energy had been completely spent in his selfless act of protecting her. He was fading, his connection to the world weakening with every passing moment. The surviving Aesir, their faces etched with exhaustion and grief, began to cautiously emerge from their hiding places. They moved slowly, tentatively, their movements mirroring the fragility of their world. Their eyes, wide with a mixture of awe and fear, were fixed upon Sigrun, the woman who had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. They moved to tend to the wounded, their hushed whispers a somber counterpoint to the desolate landscape. The elves, who had played an unexpected role in aiding the Aesir in the battle, cautiously approached, their iridescent eyes reflecting the flickering flames of what was left of Asgard. Their usual mirth was replaced with a solemn respect for Sigrun's valor and the sacrifices made. The dwarf king, Brokkr, emerged from the shadows, his face grim. He had lost many of his warriors in the conflict, and the loss weighed heavily on his already stoic nature. He approached Sigrun, offering his condolences and his unwavering support. He spoke little, but his actions spoke volumes. His unwavering loyalty and support, a testament to his unwavering commitment to the 9 realms. The dwarves, known for their skill in craftsmanship and their resilience, already began to assess the damage, their practical nature showing itself in the face of unimaginable destruction. They started their silent work of clearing rubble, recovering materials, and planning the long road to rebuilding. The aftermath was not just physical, it was emotional. The battle had claimed more than just lives. It had shattered the illusion of invulnerability, exposing the vulnerability of the realms. The survivors were grappling with the immense loss, the profound grief etched upon their faces. Many were forced to confront the brutal reality of mortality, the fleeting nature of power, and the inherent fragility of existence. The emotional toll was immense, a silent wound that would take years, perhaps even generations, to heal. The quiet moments after the battle were filled with a palpable sense of grief. The celebration of victory felt muted, overshadowed by the magnitude of the losses. Whispers of the fallen echoed through the ruins of Asgard, a constant reminder of the price paid for their survival. The once vibrant halls of the gods now stood as desolate tombs, each broken column a testament to the devastating power of Loki's wrath. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale light on the ravaged landscape, a chilling wind swept through the ruins, carrying with it the whispers of the departed. Sigrun, watching the scene unfold, understood the enormity of the task ahead. Rebuilding Asgard would require more than just physical effort. It would require a Herculean effort to restore the faith and hope of the people. It would require a leader who could inspire trust, a figure who could guide them through the darkness. But the responsibility was a heavy one she had not actively sought, but one she would not shirk. Her gaze fell on the berserker once again, his fading form a reminder of the immense sacrifice already made to save the realms. The rebuilding of Asgard would be a long and arduous process. The sheer scale of the destruction was staggering, requiring the combined effort of all 9 realms. The dwarves, with their renowned craftsmanship, would play a pivotal role in restoring the shattered structures. The elves, with their knowledge of ancient arts, would aid in weaving enchantments to protect the rebuilt city. The humans and the other beings across Midgard would lend their strength and skills, all working together under Sigrun's leadership. The task ahead was monumental, yet the determination of the surviving warriors remained strong. As days turned into weeks, the arduous work of rebuilding began. The surviving Aesir, aided by the dwarves and elves, began to clear the rubble, salvage what could be salvaged, and lay the foundations for a new Asgard. The task was monumental, and many times it felt overwhelming. They faced countless obstacles, including lack of resources, logistical challenges, and the ever-present fear that Loki's shadow still loomed. But they persisted, driven by a shared determination to honor the memory of the fallen and to create a better future for the 9 realms. The efforts to rebuild weren't just physical. The process involved mending the broken hearts and spirits of those who survived. There was a deep need to restore trust and unity, to rebuild the social fabric that had been shattered by the war. Sigrun, with her newfound role as a leader, navigated the complexities of governance, diplomacy, and rebuilding. She sought wisdom from the remaining Aesir, consulted with Broker and other leaders, and learned to balance her own desires with the needs of her people. The elves, who had proven themselves resourceful and insightful, offered their support not just with physical labor, but with their knowledge of ancient runes, herbal remedies, and a unique understanding of the mystical currents that flowed across the realms. Sigrun, although weary, found a renewed sense of purpose in guiding her people towards healing and a more secure future. The process of rebuilding was not without its internal conflicts and challenges. The losses were so vast that many struggled with the grief, leading to internal dissension amongst the Aesir. Others questioned her right to rule, whispering of her unconventional path and her close association with the fading berserker. Some even sought to exploit the chaos, hoping to seize power for themselves. Sigrun used her newfound wisdom and understanding of people's emotional state to resolve these conflicts, making sure she listened to everyone's concerns and did her best to address them. Her approach was one of empathy and justice, a testament to her growing leadership skills. The emergence of a new Aesir, shaped by the trials of war and the lessons of loss, marked a profound change across the realms. Sigrun's leadership, forged in the crucible of Ragnarok, brought with it a sense of unity and hope. She established a new council, comprised of representatives from each realm, ensuring that the voices of all were heard and that decisions were made collaboratively. The council was a symbol of a new era, one that prioritized cooperation and understanding over conflict and division. The rebuilding of Asgard symbolized more than just physical reconstruction. It symbolized the resilience of the human spirit, the enduring power of hope in the face of adversity. It was a testament to the ability of the 9 realms to unite in the face of a common threat, and a promise that even in the wake of devastation, life, in all its complexity and beauty, could find a way to flourish. The emergence of Sigrun and the rebuilding of Asgard marked not just an end to one era, but a beginning of another, one filled with hope, resilience, and a newfound determination to ensure that the sacrifices made were not in vain. The legacy of the battle, though etched in scars and memories, would serve as a reminder of the strength found in unity and the enduring power of the human spirit against insurmountable odds. A changed world. The skeletal remains of Asgard clawed at the bruised sky, a testament to the fury of Ragnarok, where once stood gleaming halls of gold and vibrant tapestries, now lay twisted metal and crumbling stone, a landscape scarred by fire and frost. The scent of smoke still clung to the air, mingling with the sharp tang of blood that stubbornly refused to wash away. The river that once flowed serenely past Asgard now ran thick with debris, a dark, sluggish current reflecting the grim mood of the land. Yet, even amidst this devastation, life, tenacious and resilient, began to claw its way back. The dwarves, tireless and practical, worked with grim determination, their sturdy hands coaxing order from the chaos. They salvaged usable materials from the ruins, their hammers ringing out against the silence, a rhythmic counterpoint to the mournful cries of the wind. Their skill, honed over centuries, was invaluable, transforming the rubble into foundations for a new Asgard, a phoenix rising from the ashes of the old. The elves, with their innate connection to the earth and a mastery of ancient magic, played a crucial role in the rebuilding. They wove protective enchantments into the very fabric of the new structures, imbuing them with strength and resilience against the lingering energies of Ragnarok. Their subtle magic, woven into the stone and wood, helped to cleanse the land, soothing the wounds inflicted by Loki's destructive forces and promoting the growth of new vegetation. Their iridescent presence, once a symbol of playful mischief, now held a solemn grace, their work a testament to their changed perspective after witnessing the devastating war. The humans, though less skilled in magic and craftsmanship than the dwarves and elves, contributed their unwavering strength and resilience. They labored tirelessly, hauling stones, clearing debris, and providing essential support for the other races. Their simple acts of perseverance were an essential part of the grand endeavor, demonstrating their commitment to the future and their ability to support their allies during the times of need. They formed a vital link connecting the magical realms with the physical world, providing support that went beyond mere manual labor. But the rebuilding was not solely a physical undertaking. The emotional wounds inflicted by Ragnarok were deep, and the healing process was slow and arduous. The survivors grappled with the weight of their losses, the absence of loved ones echoing in every silent moment. Grief was a constant companion, a shadow that clung to them even as they toiled to build a new future. Many struggled with survivor's guilt, wrestling with the knowledge that they had survived while so many had perished. Sigrun, bearing the mantle of leadership, understood this burden all too well. She had witnessed firsthand the carnage of the battle, and the weight of responsibility rested heavily upon her shoulders. She established a council, a collaborative body composed of representatives from each realm to guide the rebuilding process and shape the future of the 9 realms. This council served as a potent symbol of unity, a testament to her belief in cooperation and mutual respect. The council's work was not without its challenges. Differences of opinion arose frequently. Tensions simmered beneath the surface, and the ghost of past conflicts threatened to resurface. Sigrun, with her unwavering determination and sharp understanding of human nature, navigated these treacherous waters with grace and wisdom. She actively listened to the concerns of her people, ensuring that all voices were heard and their needs respected. She facilitated open discussions and promoted fair resolutions, and thus began to forge a new culture of cooperation and mutual respect across the different realms. Her leadership was not one of brute force, but of astute diplomacy, an approach she perfected over time, shaping her into a ruler who understood the importance of both strength and diplomacy. The political landscape of the 9 realms was irrevocably altered by Ragnarok. The old power structures crumbled, leaving a vacuum that needed to be filled. The council, under Sigrun's wise and steady guidance, set about creating a new system of governance, one that valued collaboration and fairness. They established new laws designed to promote peace and prevent future conflicts. Their approach involved understanding the intricacies of each realm and adapting governance to ensure a balanced and equitable outcome. The balance between the realms required careful consideration of the culture and capabilities of each realm, and a delicate balance between the different needs. The emergence of a new political reality characterized by cooperation and mutual respect was a monumental achievement, indicative of a new era of harmony that had not been seen before. This new era saw a shift in the relationship between the Aesir and the other beings of the Nine Realms. The old prejudices and power imbalances began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of mutual respect and shared purpose. The elves, once viewed with suspicion, became valued allies, their magical skills essential to the rebuilding and protection of the Nine Realms. Similarly, the dwarves, respected for their craftsmanship and resilience, held an esteemed position in the new social order. This change was not immediate or effortless. It required time, understanding, and the active fostering of a new relationship with each realm. The physical transformation of Asgard mirrored this political shift. The new Asgard, though smaller and less opulent than its predecessor, was stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive. It was built not only of stone and metal, but also of hope, resilience, and a shared commitment to a better future. Its architectural designs reflected this change. It incorporated design elements from all nine realms, and its construction was a collaborative effort, reflecting the unity and cooperation that was the cornerstone of the new social order. Its design incorporated practical aspects and the magical capabilities of the different realms, transforming the city into a beautiful and resilient metropolis. The new city was not just a reconstruction, it was a statement of a new social order. The changed world was not without its challenges. The scars of Ragnarok remained, visible in the ravaged landscapes and the lingering trauma of the survivors. The threat of future conflicts loomed, a constant reminder of the fragility of peace. But there was a new resolve, a newfound determination among the inhabitants of the Nine Realms to build a future worthy of the sacrifices made. Sigrun, at the heart of this new era, did not rest on her laurels. She knew the hard-won peace was fragile and required constant vigilance. She continued to lead her people, shaping a world where cooperation and mutual understanding prevailed, where the wisdom of the past was used to build a brighter future, and where the scars of Ragnarok served as a reminder of the strength that could be found in unity. Her reign was not one of power alone, but one of wisdom, compassion, and a deep understanding of the multifaceted nature of the 9 realms. The future remained uncertain, yet there was a sense of hope, a possibility of a future where the lessons of the past were used to build a better tomorrow. The new world, though scarred, held the potential for growth, renewal, and a future where peace and harmony could truly prevail. Sigrun's legacy, the whispers of Ragnarok's aftermath, still echoed through the rebuilt Asgard, a city born of ash and forged in the crucible of war. Sigrun, her face etched with the weight of countless decisions, stood upon the newly constructed balcony of the great hall. The view, once a panorama of devastation, now displayed a burgeoning landscape, a testament to the tireless efforts of the 9 realms' inhabitants. Yet, the beauty held a somber undertone. The scars of the past remained, visible in the barren patches of land and the lingering absence of those lost. Her reign as leader was far from simple. The newly formed council, while a symbol of unity, struggled with the complexities of governing such diverse realms. The elves, though invaluable in their magic, sometimes clashed with the pragmatic dwarves over resource allocation and the design of the new infrastructure. Humans, ever practical, often found themselves caught between the magical disputes, their voices sometimes drowned out by the more powerful factions. Sigrun, ever the astute leader, navigated these treacherous political waters with a combination of diplomacy, firmness, and a deep understanding of each realm's unique perspective. One particularly contentious issue revolved around the distribution of salvaged resources. The dwarves, having salvaged significant amounts of valuable metals and minerals from the ruins of the old Asgard, argued for their right to a larger share, citing their immense contribution to the rebuilding efforts. The elves, in turn, insisted on a significant allocation of magical artifacts and rare herbs recovered from the old elven cities, arguing that their magical expertise was paramount to safeguarding the new Asgard. Humans, who had endured the brunt of the war, quietly pressed their needs for fertile land and sufficient food supplies. Sigrun listened patiently to each side, understanding their claims and concerns. Her wisdom lay in her ability to see beyond the immediate self-interest of each realm and recognize the larger picture. She proposed a compromise that, while not satisfying everyone entirely, represented a fair distribution of resources. It involved a system of trade and exchange, fostering collaboration between the realms based on mutual need and contribution. This decision solidified her reputation as a fair and just leader, capable of finding common ground even amongst deeply divided factions. Beyond resource allocation, Sigrun addressed the more complex issue of reconstructing the social fabric of the Nine Realms. The deep-seated prejudices and mistrust that had existed for centuries did not simply vanish with the end of Ragnarok. She understood that the true victory was not just the physical rebuilding of Asgard, but also the healing of the deep emotional and social wounds left by the war. To address this, Sigrun initiated a series of cultural exchanges between the different realms. Dwarven smiths were invited to teach their skills to human artisans, while elven weavers shared their knowledge of magical enchantments with human tailors. This fostered a sense of shared purpose and accomplishment, and slowly eroded the barriers of mistrust and prejudice between the realms. The exchange of cultural practices and traditions fostered a sense of unity and cooperation across the disparate factions. The successful integration of the various cultures was a testament to Sigrun's ability to envision a more harmonious future. However, not all accepted Sigrun's vision of unity. A faction of disgruntled warriors, mainly from the fallen Asgardian armies, resented Sigrun's rule, seeing her as a usurper who had seized power in the chaos of Ragnarok. They whispered of her supposed dealings with the berserker Fenrir, viewing their alliance with suspicion, fueling rumors and conspiracies. These whispers, stoked by disgruntled former leaders and those who sought to exploit the lingering resentments, were potent tools of dissent. Sigrun, aware of this simmering discontent, addressed it head on, not with brute force, but with reasoned diplomacy. She openly acknowledged the pain and losses suffered by the Asgardians, showing empathy and understanding for their grief and frustration. She held public forums, giving voice to their concerns and offering reassurance of her commitment to a fair and just future for all the inhabitants of the Nine Realms. This approach, though slow, proved effective. Gradually, the faction's numbers dwindled as the benefits of Sigrun's leadership became more apparent. The steady rebuilding of Asgard, the improved relationships between realms, and the overall sense of stability and progress began to win over even the most skeptical members of the Old Guard. Yet, even with her successes, Sigrun remained vigilant. She knew that the peace was fragile, easily shattered by renewed conflict or the resurgence of old grudges. She invested heavily in creating a strong defense force composed of warriors from all the realms, trained together and committed to defending the peace. This force was more than an army. It was a symbol of unity and cooperation, a living testament to her vision of a unified 9 realms. The years passed, and Sigrun's legacy began to take shape. Some hailed her as a visionary leader, the architect of a new golden age, who had guided the 9 realms through the darkness of Ragnarok and towards a future of peace and prosperity. Others, particularly amongst the remnants of the old Asgardian elite, viewed her as a controversial figure, a powerful woman who had exploited the chaos of the war to consolidate her power. These dissenting voices, though reduced, remained a constant reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring challenges of building unity from division. The story of Sigrun's legacy, however, was far from over. The shadows of the past still lingered, and new threats emerged, testing the very foundations of the New World Order she had painstakingly created. The whispers of Loki's continued schemes, though faint, carried the potential to unravel all that had been achieved. The threat of Muspelheim's fiery wrath, the lingering power of Jotnar, and the unpredictable nature of the gods themselves presented a constant reminder that peace was not a guaranteed outcome, but a delicate and hard-won achievement that required constant vigilance and unwavering leadership. Sigrun, ever aware of these challenges, continued her reign, navigating the treacherous currents of power and politics, forever shaping her legacy in the annals of the 9 realms. Her story, a tale of resilience, strength, and the enduring human spirit, would continue to be retold for generations to come, a powerful reminder of the possibility of forging unity from division and building a better world from the ashes of destruction, reflection, and growth. The crackling fire in the hearth cast dancing shadows across the walls of her private chamber, mirroring the restless energy within Sigrun herself. The rebuilding of Asgard was complete, a testament to the collective effort of the 9 realms. Yet the victory felt hollow, tinged with the bittersweet taste of loss. She traced the intricate carvings on the armrest of her chair, each groove a reminder of the battles fought, the lives sacrificed, the faces of fallen comrades, both Asgardian and otherwise, flickered behind her eyelids, a silent procession of those she could not save. the weight of their deaths, the responsibility she carried for their sacrifice, pressed upon her like a physical burden. Her reflection in the polished surface of a nearby drinking horn showed a woman hardened by war, her eyes bearing the gravity of countless decisions, her bearing etched with the strength forged in the crucible of Ragnarok. But behind the steely gaze, a flicker of something else remained, a vulnerability she had fiercely guarded throughout her journey, a vulnerability now slowly emerging from the depths of her grief. The mask of the warrior, while still present, had begun to crack, revealing the woman beneath. She had always considered herself a shield maiden, defined by her loyalty and her unwavering commitment to her clan. Revenge, initially a burning flame that propelled her forward, had been tempered by the sheer scale of the devastation. The fires of vengeance, though still present, had been tamed, molded by the experiences that had redefined her. She had learned, through loss and hardship, that vengeance, while a powerful motivator, was not a path to true peace. True peace, she now understood, was forged not through destruction, but through reconciliation, understanding, and shared purpose. The journey to Muspelheim, the treacherous negotiations with the dwarves, the battles fought alongside her unlikely allies, all these experiences had chipped away at her initial single-minded focus. She had learned to trust not only in her own abilities, but also in the strengths and capabilities of those she had once considered enemies. The elves, with their arcane wisdom and seemingly boundless magic, had proven invaluable allies. The dwarves, initially resistant and suspicious, had eventually opened their hearts and their forges to the effort, providing the resources necessary for rebuilding. Even the humans, often overlooked in the conflicts between the more powerful factions, had contributed significantly, their resilience and practicality proving essential to the recovery. She thought back to her encounter with the mysterious berserker, the one linked to Fenrir, a being shrouded in myth and legend. His strength, his raw power, had been a formidable weapon, but it was his quiet wisdom, his unexpected acts of kindness and compassion that had surprised and touched her most deeply. He had shown her that even the most fearsome of creatures were capable of compassion, of understanding the value of unity and purpose. Their bond, forged in the fires of battle, had become a foundation of strength that transcended their initial differences. It had also become a source of considerable controversy amongst the Asgardian Old Guard, who suspected her dealings with a being associated with the monstrous Fenrir. The truth, however, had become a source of her own personal strength. The council meetings, once fraught with tension and disagreement, now flowed with a newfound collaboration. The realms, once locked in conflict, were slowly learning to trust each other, to work together towards a shared future. This was her greatest achievement, a triumph far greater than any battlefield victory. It wasn't just about the rebuilding of physical structures. It was about rebuilding trust, about repairing the fractured relationships between the 9 realms. The arduous journey had not just changed her, it had transformed the very fabric of the worlds. But the scars remained, the hollow ache in her heart, the constant reminder of those she had lost, persisted. She carried their memories with her, not as burdens, but as a testament to their sacrifices and a driving force in her determination to build a better future. The laughter of her fallen clan still echoed in her memory, a bittersweet melody playing against the somber strains of her current realities. They had not died in vain. Their deaths had fueled her rise, giving her the strength to lead and the wisdom to guide. She rose from her chair, the warmth of the fire no longer capable of completely dispelling the chill that had settled deep within her bones. She walked to the balcony, gazing out at the newly risen Asgard. The city, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, was a symbol of hope, a testament to her resilience, and a monument to the collective will of the 9 realms. Yet, even in the beauty of the reconstruction, she felt a profound sense of loneliness. The victory, while significant, had exacted a terrible price. The burden of leadership was immense. The constant threat of renewed conflict, the ever-present possibility of betrayal, the simmering discontent among those who resented her rule. These things weighed heavily on her. But she was not one to shy away from responsibility. She had accepted her role, not out of a thirst for power, but out of a deep sense of duty, of obligation to those who had sacrificed so much. She knew her journey was not over. The peace was fragile, the threats ever present. Loki's shadow still stretched across the 9 realms, whispering promises of chaos and retribution. The wounds of Ragnarok ran deep, and the scars would likely last for generations. But Sigrun was ready. She had learned to embrace the complexity of leadership, to understand the value of diplomacy, and to draw strength from her losses. She had evolved from a shield maiden driven by revenge to a leader driven by a fierce commitment to justice, unity, and the enduring hope of a brighter future for the 9 realms. Her story was a testament to the power of resilience, the importance of unity, and the enduring human spirit, a story that would continue to unfold, shaping the destinies of the gods and mortals alike for generations to come. The flames of Ragnarok may have been extinguished, but the embers of her legacy were just beginning to glow, illuminating a path towards a new dawn for Asgard and the Nine Realms. A new beginning. The dawn broke over the newly rebuilt Asgard, painting the gleaming spires and shimmering rooftops in hues of rose and gold. It was a breathtaking sight, a testament to the resilience of the gods and mortals alike. A phoenix risen from the ashes of Ragnarok. Yet, as Sigrun stood upon the balcony of her chambers, the beauty held a bittersweet edge. The victory felt immense, yet hollow. The weight of responsibility, the echoes of loss, they still clung to her, a persistent undercurrent to the celebratory atmosphere that permeated the city. The whispers had started almost immediately after the dust settled. Whispers of doubt, of discontent, of resentment towards her leadership. The old guard, the Asgardian elite, who had witnessed the fall of the old order and the rise of the new, viewed her with a mixture of wary admiration and suspicion. She was an outsider, a shield maiden who had risen through the ranks, a woman who had dared to forge alliances with creatures once deemed monstrous. Her bond with the berserker, the one linked to Fenrir, was a constant source of contention. They saw her strength as a threat, her compassion as weakness. They questioned her judgment, her motives, her very right to rule. They had fought alongside her, endured the ravages of Ragnarok beside her, but they hadn't forgotten her origins or the unconventional path she had forged. Sigrun understood their apprehension. She, too, had once harbored doubts about the alliances she had forged. The elves, with their ethereal beauty and unpredictable nature, held a unique magic, but their aloofness and their tendency towards mischief had tested her patience more than once. The dwarves, masters of their craft, had proved invaluable in the rebuilding efforts, but their gruff demeanor and fierce independence had presented considerable obstacles, and the humans, resilient and resourceful, had contributed significantly, but they had also brought their own set of complexities and challenges. But she had learned to navigate the treacherous currents of political intrigue, to find common ground between disparate cultures, to inspire trust and loyalty amidst suspicion and fear. Her leadership was not about brute force. It was about empathy, understanding, and a steadfast commitment to unity. She had realized that true strength resided not only in the ability to wield a sword, but also in the ability to bridge the divides that separated the 9 realms. The rebuilding of Asgard was more than just bricks and mortar. It was the painstaking reconstruction of relationships, the forging of new alliances, the healing of old wounds. It was a process that demanded patience, diplomacy, and a willingness to compromise, qualities that Sigrun was slowly but surely cultivating. She had established trade routes between the realms, fostering economic interdependence and reducing the potential for conflict. She had instituted a council of representatives from each realm, ensuring that every voice was heard, every concern addressed. The berserker, her loyal companion, remained a source of both strength and controversy. His raw power, his unyielding loyalty, were invaluable assets, but his connection to Fenrir, a creature of immense power and destruction, continued to fuel the whispers of discontent. He remained enigmatic, his past shrouded in mystery, his motives sometimes unclear. Yet he had proven time and again his unwavering dedication to her, his commitment to the new Asgard. She recognized the power of their unlikely alliance, a symbol of the unity she so desperately sought to achieve. Their shared experiences, the trials they had overcome together, had forged a bond that transcended any perceived threat. But the threats persisted. Loki's shadow, though weakened, still stretched across the 9 realms, whispering promises of chaos and discord. His influence, subtle yet pervasive, could be felt in the undercurrents of dissatisfaction that simmered beneath the surface of the newly established peace. He was a master of deceit, a weaver of illusions, capable of sowing seeds of discord wherever he went. Sigrun knew that the fight for stability was far from over. She knew that the fragile peace could crumble at any moment. She had established a network of spies, both Asgardian and otherwise, to monitor Loki's activities, to identify and neutralize his machinations. She had trained a new generation of warriors, teaching them not only the art of combat, but also the importance of diplomacy, of understanding, of recognizing the nuanced threats that lurked beyond the battlefield. The future remained uncertain. The path ahead was fraught with potential perils. Yet Sigrun faced them with a newfound confidence, a steely resolve tempered by compassion and wisdom. The experience of Ragnarok had profoundly changed her. She was no longer the fiery young shield maiden, driven solely by revenge. She was a leader, a strategist, a diplomat, a woman who had risen from the ashes of destruction to forge a new beginning for the 9 realms. The seeds of a brighter future had been sown, but the harvest was far from certain. The journey was far from over. The new Asgard, a testament to hope and resilience, stood as a beacon in the vast, unpredictable landscape of the 9 realms, a symbol of Sigrun's unwavering commitment to a future where peace and unity reigned supreme. The fight was far from over, but she was ready. The echoes of Ragnarok had forged her into something more, stronger, wiser. A new Aesir had risen, not from the blood of ancient gods, but from the ashes of a world reborn. The future awaited,